Coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is a progress. Working together is a success. Those are the words from Henry Ford. A very good morning to everyone present here. A warm and hearty welcome to the Digital Marketing Conclave and Awards 2014, organized by Think Media Incorporation and VIT Business School. This is Felicita, and I'm delighted to be your entry for today. Today's digital world, ladies and gentlemen, is huge, enormous, and powerful. With one click of a button, you reach every other corner of the earth. When it comes to digital marketing, there's an ocean of opportunities, and there are also some difficulties lurking in the deep. Let us together today uncover the realities of digital marketing and mark a beginning. To love beauty is to see light. Every beginning has a mark, and the mark has a spark. So without further delay, I humbly invite Mr. Vijay Michihito Batra, Dr. G. Vishwanathan, Dr. M.J. Xavier, Professor Jagdish Shet, and Professor Reeves Wesley to light the lamp and mark the beginning. I kindly invite the dignitaries to be seated on the dais. Being in the midst of such wonderful speakers is our honor. I kindly request Dr. G. Vishwanathan to felicitate our chief guest, Professor Jagdish Shet, with a bouquet. I request Mr. Vijihito Batra to felicitate Professor Jagdish Shet. Dr. G. Vishwanathan. Dr. M.J. Xavier. And I also request Mr. Vijay Batra to felicitate Professor Reeves Wesley. Thank you, sir. Think Media is a huge interactive agency, and he is the founder and chief editor. Mr. Vijay Michihito Batra. Being an inspirational speaker in corporate India, he drives to spread the message of positive thinking and work ethics through his talks. Having worked in India, Japan, and America over an extended period of time, he brings a unique blend, experience, and principles of success which are universal. With his positive focus, he created Think Media Incorporation, a creative showcasing of innovation in the business process. He brings a corporate news update and giving coverage to what is inspiring and motivating. I now invite
Good morning. It's indeed a pleasure for me and an honor to be here on the same podium as Dr. G. Vishwanathan, Dr. Jagdish Sheth, and Dr. Xavier. My son is going to VIT Vellore. He's in third year, mechanical engineering. And ever since he's known that, I'll be on the same podium, he's been telling me practically every day, do not misbehave. Because I have a reputation of, being quite a naughty father. A brief history about myself. My name is Vijay Michihito Batra. My father is from Punjab, Dr. Ahmed. Maruti and Heroes came much later and they've not been able to sustain. I'm 52 years old and I intend to go on forever. And I was born in Japan in 1952 and I came to India in 67. And I distinctly remember in 67, at the age of 5, you know what's happening around. And I was happy coming to India, Delhi, because things were better here. Because living on the outskirts of Tokyo in 60s, 66, 67 when I left Japan, there was no flush toilets. Things were rough there in Japan. Whereas in Delhi, in my grandparents' house, first time I could see you pull a chain and whoosh, the water comes, right? And at that time, we had plenty of water in Delhi as well. So practically every 2 or 3 minutes, I'm going and pulling the chain and I had a great time. It was good. Then, one thing led to other, and for some reason my mother had to go back to Japan with my grandmother, that is my maternal grandmother, and I never saw her for the next 15 years, and I grew up with my father, and I went to States in 83, and I saw that a country that I found to be so powerful in 67 gradually decayed, after a few years, and by the time I was in my teens, India had really gone the wrong way, I think. And my mother not being with me, I had this perfect excuse of not studying. Kids are very, very cunning that way. So whenever my father would tell me to study, I said, hey, my mother's not here, how can I study? I'm missing her and all that. So, I didn't realize many, many years later it's going to come to haunt me. So I didn't study very, very well. So I had very few choices. So I ended up somehow getting into a college called Bhagat Singh College. I did my BCom honors there. And from there on, I started a journey of doing an MBA, incidentally from the University of Pittsburgh. That's where Dr. Jagdish Sheth went there, and I feel better now that I've done something. And incidentally, I was overhearing a conversation between Dr. Vishwanathan and Jagdish Sheth, who both went to Loyola. It's phenomenal, I guess. And I'm trying to figure out, what I have in common with Dr. G. Vishwanathan, and I think my son is the thing which is common. He's benefiting from the effort that Dr. G. Vishwanathan has put in. So then I went on to the US. From there on, I went to study in a place called Hawaii, where Fujitsu, a Japanese computer company, had an institution that they were sponsoring to help non-Japanese to learn about Japan. And, de facto, if you're half Japanese, you are non-Japanese, because they don't round up, they round down. So I went there, I picked up some Japanese management. Then from there on, I got picked up by a bank called the Mizuho Bank, because I could speak the language, English and Japanese, and I started my journey. And I was prominently in sales, because a commerce graduate, MBA in marketing, what do you do? Sales. And every now and then my Japanese bosses would come and, talk things that normally I would not want to listen in the morning, right? And I started thinking that if I ever get married, and if I ever have kids, I'll make sure they become engineers. And my son, when we were blessed with a son and a girl, my wife and I, we took a pledge that no matter what, they'll not be doing commerce. And I figured, these kids will have no excuses. Both parents are together, so they can't make any fuss. And I'm so happy that my daughter's already become an engineer. She's now working with CSC, and my son is, I'm hoping that he will become an engineer. Like my father called him half engineer, and he's in third year now. Now, digital marketing is something which obviously is not a topic for me, I guess. Dr. Jagdish Sheth is going to make sure that all of us come up to par, I guess. I've been given this mandate to start the day, kickstart the day. Originally, I was supposed to be here for 10 minutes motivating you, but I think now probably I have about 20 or 30 minutes, I guess. So I'm going to do my job in motivating you, so you guys are open to ideas, I guess. I'm still trying to figure out, I'm sure Jagdish Sheth ji will make it clear for us as to how can WhatsApp be bought for $18 billion, a bunch of, young guys selling a company to a company where they were rejected for a job. 5 years later, they're able to sell whatever they did in 5 years for $18 billion. How does that happen, I guess, right? So, I'll motivate you. I'll just need time. Can I have this laptop, please? Yeah, just that laptop there. I'll remain here. I've been told by my son to behave, so I'll remain on the dais. How many of you understand Hindi? Raise your hands. Most of you guys do. Maybe a better question is to ask, how many of you do not understand Hindi? Okay. So I'll make sure I don't use too much Hindi, because now I've been living in Delhi for the past 14 years. Before that, I was living, before I went to the US, so I have a tendency to use a lot of Hindi in between. But I can assure you one thing, if you don't understand the language, it's better. When I came to India in 67, at the age of 5, my father put me into a school called the Delhi Public School. Now we have DPSs everywhere. And for the first 2 years, I didn't have a clue what they were saying, because all I could understand was Japanese, because that's the language I would speak to my mother and to other. And I made so many friends. And then after 2 years, when I started understanding the language, right, I started having challenges. Because I started understanding what they were calling me, Chap Tinak, right, Gorkhe, Bahadur, all these terms are terms which are, strange, I guess, right? But that was a lesson. My first lesson was that it is the meaning that you attach to the word that makes all the difference. Is it not? My friends never wanted to insult me, but they saw me as a young boy having a flat nose. So work, don't you? or else you would not be sitting here so early in the morning, right? Why do you work? Why do you work? Like for my son who goes to VIT, I think his demand would be to have night classes only. Because for them to get up in the morning is the toughest thing to do. Now the question to all of you is, why do you work? I think we'll have the answer on the screen very shortly. Why do you work? Anyone? I'm sorry? To make a mark. I think that's a very, very powerful answer. I wish Rahul Gandhi had the same thought. I think you are on the right direction. I think the reason why anyone should work is to become a better person. Money definitely is an important component, but becoming better while you're working day in and day out is something which is very, very important. And that is one thing I picked up in Japan. I grew up in India from the age of 5 to 20, formative years, and being in Delhi, as you know, Delhi is a strange place. Everybody in Delhi pretends to work. Okay. Everybody pretends to work, is it not? And we're becoming masters in pretending to work. And suddenly from there I went to the US, and US obviously people work. But the place in the world where people really work is Japan. In Japan, people work. Now things might have changed because I'm not in Japan, so things may have slowed down. But in Japan, they just work. And I remember when I joined the Japanese company in Tokyo in 1987, my Japanese boss asked me a question, why have you joined this company? And I'm a very honest Punjabi. I said, for money. And he looked at me as if he doesn't understand this answer. He said, what did he say? I said, I've joined you for money. And then he came back with something which was very, very strange at that time, but now at the age of 52, I understand. He said, if you're working for money alone, no matter what we pay you, you are selling yourself too cheap. I thought, man, pay me more. He said, no matter what we pay you, if you work for money alone, you're selling yourself too cheap. And it's taken me half of my lifetime to understand that if anyone works for money alone, no matter what they earn, they're selling themselves too cheap. Now, how many of you are married? Married people, come on. If you're married, raise your hands. You don't have to look around, okay? Some people are looking around. Kis ne haath khada kar diya? So if you are not married, please do not raise your hand, okay? Okay, so I see some people are married. So the question to all of you is, why did you get married? Believe me, I had no clue to this answer till I was attending a workshop with my Japanese boss in Japan when a trainer asked us, how many of you are married? We all raised our hands. And then he asked the question, why did you get married? And my Japanese boss said, he will answer. So I was left standing there, right? And everybody, they say, okay, now come answer. And I had no clue. And guess what? The trainer came to the rescue. He said, the reason why anyone should marry is to create an amazing family. And then he went on to explain what is an amazing family. An amazing family is where the children are better than their parents. And I thank VIT because you are doing me a big favor because you are making my son better than me. Now, Harivansh Rai Bachchan, Amitabh Bachchan, फिर भी no idea. That family is going into a tailspin, is it not, right? Now, Rajnikant, on the other hand, his kids are doing better than what I think many others of the next generation are doing, I guess. But Amitabh Bachchan's biggest challenge right now is what to do to get Abhishek Bachchan going. But look at Raj Kapoor, his father Prithviraj Kapoor, his son Rishi Kapoor, but Ranbir Kapoor is doing fairly well. I think he's got certain areas to improve, but hey, he's becoming better. So I think for all of us who are married, please be aware that the reason why you got married is to create an amazing family where your children are better than you and your ancestors. Would you agree? Very often people get, very romantic about the concept of marriage. Why did you get married? Well, I got married because I wanted to share something with somebody. And my wife tells me, you only share what you earn with me, nothing else I want to share. Okay. So those are romantic answers. Now, having said that, why are we sitting here? Because digital marketing now is becoming a very important component if you and I want to become better and better. Because you cannot become better if you are not understanding what is digital. Right? Would you agree or not? I remember when I started this business about 14 years back, and we were sending out mailers. So we printed 1,000 mailers. We put them into envelopes. We didn't have enough people. So I was also working very, very hard. Then we somehow made labels. And then we pasted them. And then in lots of 200, we were sending it to the post office. You know, somebody would take 200 mailers. Now, one lot of 200 envelopes stuffed with mailers, right, went without the address label on the envelope. And the post office just took it. And then 3 days later, whatever stamp that we have put on the stamp, you know that it's been used, and those envelopes come back to the sender. And I'm staring at them. I said, how can that happen? What a blunder. What a blunder. But now, obviously, when it goes to digital, you know, making a mistake is not as expensive, and it can be corrected without expenses. So basically, I think for all of us here, it's very, very important, all the dignitaries here who are going to be talking about digital media, marketing, I think there's a lot that we can learn. Now, how will you describe becoming better? And I strongly feel improving one's ability to help others. You know, many of us are, you know, at times sidetracked, living in a better home, driving a better car, wearing better clothes, having a better phone. Like my wife keeps telling me, you bought a smartphone, but you remain the same. So you can have all the expensive things, but unless you are improving your ability to help others, you are done. What comes in our way of becoming better? That's a question I often ask myself, and the answer is justification. In India, we justify a lot, is it not? I'm not saying every Indian, many of us. I don't know about Chennai, but in Delhi, we are masters at justifying. मैं तो अच्छी बली गाड़ी चला रहा था, खंबा आके टकरा गया. I was driving, the pole came and hit me. You know, when I went to the US at the age of 20 in 1983, some of the English I could understand, but I could not comprehend. Because in India, in Delhi, we would say, मेरे पाँव में मोच आ गई. मेरे पाँव में, which actually translates, the sprain came on my ankle. And there I would see Americans say, I sprained my ankle. You know, this was a difference in thought processes, is it not? Yes or no? But when you go to Japan, things become even more intense. They do not justify, period. I remember once my Japanese boss and I, we were supposed to meet a client at 9 o'clock in the morning. My first brush with responsibility. I got there at 8:35. We had agreed to meet at 8:30. The meeting was at 9 o'clock in that building, 10 floors up. Elevators don't take that long. So he said, 9 o'clock is a client meeting. You be there in the lobby at 8:30. I got there at 8:35. I thought that's good enough. Even if you have to climb, it's good enough. And he looked at me and asked me, why are you late? I said, sir, you said 8:30. And he says 8:35. Now, we had some kind of an issue. I said, sir, is 5 minutes late? And he says, what do you mean 5 minutes is late? Even 1 minute is late. Next time 8:30 means 8:30. Is that clear? The only reason I will accept for you to be late if you die coming to the meeting place. Is that clear? I said, sir, it will take me some time, sir, but I'll make it clear. The Japanese guys are different. Now they've maybe changed, softened up a little bit, but when I was there, I remember once I went to my Japanese boss and I said, I will try to get the order today. He says, you will get the order today. I said, what's the difference? He said, if you don't get the order today, I will not try to fire you, I will fire you. I said, now I'm very clear, I will get the order. There's no trying in Japan, you do. Now, in many parts of the world, even in America, I've seen, they say, good luck, good luck. In Japan, they don't know this word called good luck. They say, gambatte kudasai, do your best. There's nothing called good luck. And if they were to come to Delhi, I don't know about Chennai, They'll be amazed how we conduct our lives, is it not? Bhagwan bharose chhod diya, we left it on God. How can you do that? So one thing I've picked up from Japan and some of the successful people in India, they do not justify, they practice being determined. Now let me ask you a question. Practice makes you, I'm sorry? Oh, come on, you are sounding like Punjabi women. Are you Punjabi? Huh? Practice makes you better, never perfect. Punjabis are, constantly pretending we start from perfection and we improve it. Now, how can anyone be perfect? Can anyone be perfect? Had there been perfection, I'm sure Brahma would have done everything right and my wife would have had no complaints. There would have been no Mahesh and no Shiv. So practice makes you, but one thing we have to be very, very aware. Whatever you practice, you become better in that. Some people practice justifying, they become better in justification. Some people practice determination, they become better in determination. Nowadays, when I look at the Indian hockey team, sometimes I'm crying in my heart because when I was growing up, India was hockey. We won the World Cup in hockey in 70s, right? And now when I talk to people, they say, oh, the turf has changed. I don't think turf has changed. We Indians have practiced determination more than determination. Who is he? Dhyan Chand. Now, some of the youngsters, if you know this name, I would like to come and hug you. His father and mother named him Dhyan. Family name was Singh. People like you and I, who used to watch him, they named him Chand. Chand, why? Because at that time there were no floodlights. So, on the nights when the moon would be bright, he would practice. He would practice. Because he found not enough practice time during the daylight. He would practice. Goalkeeper said, man, we are tired. We can't practice in the night as well. So what did he do? In the goal post, he would put cycle tube tires. So he could figure out where is the goalkeeper and where he can shoot. And as you know, Adolf Hitler changes hockey sticks. In Austria, there's a statue. Dhyan Chand with 4 hands and 4 hockey sticks. There's a record in Olympics. India beat America 24-1, in which he scored 9 goals and his younger brother scored 10 goals, Roop Singh. That goal still stands. When he played in front of Donald Bradman said this, he scores, goals like runs in cricket. So I think it's very, very important for us that while we are on learning about the new technology, the fundamentals of success will still remain the same. Would you agree or not? I've seen some of people feel that I can continue to be in the justification mode and technology will take over. Technology will make it even worse. So obviously the lights will come, is Milkha Singh. Have you seen that movie? Bhag Milkha Bhag? What an amazing movie, is it not? Yes or no? And I'm so happy now, Indians definitely are on the map. I'm so happy that we have had this wonderful privilege of, creating a platform. Think media, our passion is, I want Indians to see what good Indians are doing good. I don't want Indians to see what bad Indians are doing bad. I don't want to wake up every day in the morning, knowing what a fellow Indian has done bad. I want to see what a fellow Indian has done good. And I'm sure Indians are doing good things as well, is it not? Yes or no? But the media is not giving enough coverage. So think media is a humble effort on our part that we want to catch people like you doing something right and work with a great institution like VIT and create platforms where people like you can come and see what is being done good. So because by seeing what is being done good, you and I will probably think about doing good. But by seeing bad, I don't think we learn how to do good. So media sometimes becomes very sensational, is it not? I remember about 8 months back, I was in a session and somebody asked me a question, is it realistic to be motivated nowadays? I said, why you say that? He says, onions have become 80 rupees kilo. How can anyone be motivated? I said, why do you say that? He says, 80 rupees kilo is onion. I said, what are you doing? He said, I'm worrying. Does worrying help you? He said, no, then why worry? He said, what should I do? I said, think what you can do given the price of onion at 80. And then I said, one thing is, stop eating onions. Jains don't eat onions. 0.25% of the Indian population controlling 25% of the wealth. Now suddenly he got a bolt of enlightenment. He says, okay sir, I will not eat onions. I said, you can eat it today in the buffet, but don't eat it at home. He said, anything else you think I can do? I said, yes, you can plot onions, right? In pots you can grow onions. Growing onion is not that tough, by the way. Growing paddy is tough, onion is easy. Growing tomatoes is even easier. So I think it's very important for you and I to start learning from people who are living a life of determination. Now, Milkha Singh, did you all see that movie, Bhag Milkha Bhag? I had this wonderful privilege recently to share a podium with Milkha Singh ji. I'll share this story and then I'll start wrapping it up. Milkha, as you know, in 1960s, won the 200 meters race in Tokyo in Asian Games. But he jumped towards the end. And the Pakistani runner, Abdul Khalik, his coach said, this is wrong. You're supposed to run and finish, not jump. So Ayub Khan, he sent a message to Nehru that we want Milkha to come to our country, Pakistan, and compete and beat Abdul Khalik running, not jumping. And Nehru took that challenge. And Milkha Singh ji agreed to Nehruji's request. And Milkha Singh ji shared that experience that he had in Pakistan, in Lahore, that he said, in the bus, many Indian athletes, including Milkha Singh and Makhan Singh, were sitting. As soon as the Wagah border opened the gates, the bus entered carrying Indian athletes, and they were stopped by the Pakistan military. And two Jawans boarded the bus and asked, we request Milkha Singh ji to follow us down. So Milkha Singh ji came out. There was a jeep decorated with flowers. And they requested Milkha Singh to climb on that jeep. So Milkha Singh was on the jeep, and 14 kilometers up until Lahore, both sides, Pakistanis were standing, waving India and Pakistan flag. And looking at that, Milkha realized that I'm not here to beat Abdul Khalik. I'm here to see if I can do something to create peace between India and Pakistan. He says, I was overwhelmed by that feeling. Next day, he said, I got there in time. The stadium was packed. 35,000 Pakistanis, 10,000 lady sisters wearing burqas. And he started warming up. Abdul Khalik was warming up not too far from there. The race time was about to approach. And then a Maulvi, a priest, Islamic priest, he comes towards Abdul Khalik and says, Aaj dushman ko maar girana hai, Khuda Hafiz. Today you have to kill the enemy. May God be with you. Now since Milkha Singh had grown up in Pakistan, he could understand, read and write Urdu. He didn't like this, what he heard. And when the Maulvi was going back, he says, Maulvi Sahib, please come. And the Maulvi said, yes. He says, I've come today to spread peace between your country and my country. Please don't talk about killing anybody. And the Maulvi realized, and he said, okay, God bless you too. Khuda aapko bhi hafiz rakhe. He says, I ran that day not to beat Abdul Khalik, but to bring peace. And guess what? In that race, Abdul Khalik did not come number 2, he came number 3. And you've seen the movie. He ran so fast that Ayub Khan actually got startled that how can an athlete run so fast? And when he was giving him that medal, he said, Pakistan ko aapko flying Sikh ka khitab dete hue fakr mahsoos hota hai. That Pakistan feels proud to give you the title of a flying Sikh. And he made him a request. Mr. Milkha Singh, you run so fast. Our people can see you. Can you take a victory lap slowly? So when he was taking the victory lap slowly, guess what? He saw all the ladies were removing their burqas because they wanted to see who is this man who ran so fast. Now people like Milkha Singh and Dhyan Chand. I think we need to make sure that we remain in touch with such people. In one anecdote that he mentioned, in a press conference, Dhyan Chand ji and Milkha were sitting together and the reporters were asking, how come you're so great? And Milkha ji deferred to the elder because he was 14 years his elder. He says, Dhyan Chand ji, aap jawab dein, please give the answer. Now, Dhyan Chand looked at the reporter, he says, ask me the question again. And the reporter asked the question, how come the two of you become so great? Dhyan Chand said, be ready, I'm about to give the answer, you have to write it down. He says, I'm ready. And Dhyan Chand uttered a word, mehnat. Mehnat is hard work. Now obviously, then he became silent and the reporter was puzzled. He was hoping there'll be a whole paragraph. And then Dhyan Chand looked at him and asked him, what don't you understand in this one word, hard work? And then he went on to explain, Milkha Singh ji, that many people think they understand but they don't. People talk a lot about smart work, right? Say, I don't do hard work, I do smart work. There's no such thing as smart work. Work has to be smart. Would you agree or not? Would you agree? Work has to be smart. You push the wall is right there, the work is zero. And if you push the wall falls on you. It's negative work. So work has to be smart. Like my wife says, never tell people that you are a good husband. Husbands have to be good. So why say good husband? So work has to be smart, but there is a thing called hard work. For some of the young students sitting here, there are certain days when you know you've got to do your assignment, but you don't feel like doing it. Doing it when you don't feel like doing it is hard work. And these guys would practice no matter what. So my request to all of us is, before I wrap it up, I thank the patience of the gentleman in the dais. Before I go, I'm going to give you a practice, because practice makes you. Behavior changes behavior. Thoughts can only trigger it. You learn so much from the dignitaries today, like Dr. Jagdish and many others are coming, but those are triggers to your behavior. But if you don't continue behaving what the thoughts trigger, we come back to normal. So let me show you something. I want a student volunteer, please. Stand up, a student volunteer. Okay, what's your name, sir? Sharif. Boy, okay, you must be. Please add the following numbers, Sharif. 9, very good. Now please add the following numbers. Come on, Sharif, please add the following numbers. I'm sorry? It's not tough, you just got to use a smartphone that's sitting next to you. How long will it take? It'll take you 2 years to do that. Now that's the human mind, is it not? We just want to do what we know. And we gather all the resources. You're studying MBA, right? You've got so much, you've got to start using it. Does that make sense? Shri, you're still not doing it. Shri, come on. You know, people tend to overestimate what they should be doing in short term and underestimate what they can do in the long term. I was listening to Dr. G. Vishwanathan. 30 years it's taken to bring VIT to this level, is it not? And I congratulate you. Right? I have to butter him up also. But I really appreciate, because if you had not made VIT, I think my son probably would have a tough time getting to a good place. Because I remember 3 years back when he was, studying hard for entrance exams, he was working very hard, 12 hours, 14 hours. And by the way, he's on his merit, okay, into VIT. So I was so moved, and I walked up to my son. I said, Gaurav, will you get into IIT? He said, Papa, it's impossible. It's impossible. I said, how can he be so confident? He says, Papa, genetic challenge. But believe me, to get into VIT, all this worked very, very hard. And now he continues to work very, very hard, I guess. And yes, what's the answer, Sharif? Have a seat. You can do it. Have a seat. You can do it. You have all the resources. You've got to start applying them. Is it not? Yes or no? Right? So once you do that, believe me, You would be written up in magazines in the times to come, right? Now finally, I would like to show you a video, and then I think when I get the podium, I have a tendency, I talk too much. Skin of a rhino, over of a what is very, very of other very things. We get insulted very quickly. Now, have you read the biography of Steve Jobs by Walt Disney? Anyone read it? Please read it. It hasn't been fired from the company that you start while it was fired. And it comes back many years later with value. Right? But those of you who understand this better are good. You understand this better. Okay. आगे बंद है क्या बात कर रहे हैं आप सबके आगे सीट है सीट के आगे there has to be space. Okay. Now I'm about to show you one should be what's happening. And my question is, you all have to learn to talk. Will you not capture it? You must also do that and do that. My friend is, see those things. Talk to people. I believe Premji is a very good friend of mine. He doesn't know it. He doesn't know it. And guess what? I'm going to put your picture with me next to my bedroom so my son can look at me and say, oh yes, you are my father. The youngest book, as to the old, as to the right side. First 10 years, the something more deep thought. Never think about the past. Right? I don't know about you, but my son my papa is what he called. By 13 years old, they start having that. By 15 years, they don't know, he's no God. By 18, the moment they look after, they tell you, you are no God. But then maybe they come around, I guess, right? But I'm going to have your picture. Then I'll go. I will all of them. Now, all of you guys, when you start using digital media, digital media is very, very good. They'll start pumping feedback back to you before you even ask them a question. All the more reason for you and I to learn and practice to have a game of a rhino and go of a many of us act the reverse. We got some reason. How everybody sitting here, while you're going onto the social highway, media highway, you and I practice becoming thick-skinned and remaining supple on the inside. Volume please.
Hello.
Now, if you were to see this lady, Paddy, she just come as a contestant. And the first few minutes, the reporters, and just want to check the volume here, maybe the volume needs to improve. I think the volume is fine here. Fine? Yeah. Now, this lady has come as a contestant with a relatively younger man. And see how judges are going to ask some very nasty questions, right? Just watch on.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Actually reminds me of a Little Britain sketch that I did. Please, could I have your names?
I'm Paddy.
I'm Nico.
And what is the nature of your relationship?
It's a professional one.
And might we ask you your age?
I will be 80 this July.
Why are we asking this wonderful lady such dumb questions, right? Why are you asking this lady what is the nature of the relationship that you have with this? How does it make a difference to you? I've come here to perform. I'm behaving well on the stage. Why? But hey, sometimes people can make mistakes, is it not? And on top of that, they're asking her age. She does not look 16. She does not look 36. She clearly looks her age, is it not? But look at the way she's taking those questions at face value. Professional, I'm about to be 80.
Do you think you can win the show?
Oh, it would be very nice, but just as long as people enjoy what we're doing and we give people pleasure, that's the main thing.
And she's being asked this question, do you think you can win this show? Now, had she been from Delhi, she probably would have started fighting by now, right? What do you think? Havan karne aaye yahan pe? You know, obviously I've come here to win, but that would be great if I can. But I've come here to do the best I can to add value to people who see me. Now, this is what you need to practice. I need to practice.
Okay, well, best of luck.
Fastest routine I've ever seen.
Now, come on, have a heart. Give this lady a chance. But he buzzes, get lost. But this lady has a skin of her, right, and soul of her. She is not going to leave.
Careful, she's hitting!
How many of you have seen this video? Raise your hands. Lovely. I am so happy about 5, 6, 7 people have seen this. I think it's on YouTube, okay? Please watch it. In fact, my suggestion is watch it at least once every 7 or 8 days, right? And when you implement the social media strategy on the digital highway, then maybe you have to see the video once a day, I guess, right? Because you'll see so much happening non-stop, good and bad. Now this is a true thing on real-time basis. They turn around. First 1 minute, 40 seconds, they're doing nothing but, saying things that can really hurt anyone. And guess what? Within a minute, she turns it around.
They go straight through the live shows. Oh my God, I'm so proud of you. I just thought that was incredible. Well done. Absolutely incredible.
Wow. Well, I apologise for what I did.
Well, you better apologize. But if people do wrong to you and I, if we have the skin of a rhino and soul of an angel, only then will others accept the mistakes they may commit. Well, it's been a pride and a joy for me to be standing in front of you and the dignitaries here on the stage. My time has to go on, move on. But before I go, practice makes you better. So let me give you a practicing tool which you can start to practice. So you start developing a skin of a rhino and soul of an angel, and which I call the switch on technique. The switch on technique. I strongly feel that we have a switch here in our brain and a switch here in our heart. And from time to time, we switch it off. You know, people talk nonsense when they get switched off. Oh, my mood is off. Come on, let's put it back on. And the way we start talking when we get switched off, is it not, meri to kismat hi kharab hai? How can you say that you have a bad luck? Can anyone sitting in this room ever say that I have bad luck? Because if I had bad luck, I would have never been born. Because my father released billions of sperms in his lifetime. Billions, maybe trillions. I'm that one lucky sperm, is it not? How can I say I'm unlucky? I'm very lucky. Life is about probabilities, not about luck. But sometimes I switch myself off. How are you doing? Oh, not so bad. Why can't we say great? I'm not saying lie. Now, if my wife were to ask me, how was it facing Dr. G. Vishwanathan? One is, man, I was trembling. I almost had to go to the bathroom. Or the other is, it was a challenge. It was a challenge. Now, when I say it was a challenge, she thinks, wow, my husband is more like Tipu Sultan. You can think about anything in the right manner, is it not? Yes or no? If I were to throw my phone towards you, ma'am, one is I can say don't drop it, or I can say catch it, which is better. So let's use the right words, and I'm going to give you the Batra Baba, now these Babas are becoming big, right? So I'm about to become Batra Baba. Babas sell very, very well. Asaram has been one of them. And now less competition. Okay. I'm going to ask you, are you ready? All of you say yes, loudly. On the count of 1, please read, I am successful. On the count of 2, I believe. On the count of 3, I create. On the count of 4, I'm I. Swami Vivekananda said, those who don't believe in themselves are atheists. So you and I have to practice believing in self. Now some people may feel, I, will that not be selfish? No. If you and I learn to give comfort to others and take joy in the process, you and I are becoming Vivekananda. Is it not? Yes or no? Now many of us actually are not taking enough joy. We want too much enjoyment and too less joy in life, right? Enjoyment is important. You can have a Porsche Cayenne or a Q7 Audi, but if you kill people riding that, I think you're going to be in a mess. So I think it's very, very important for you and I to learn that you and I can do so much better gaining joy while giving comfort to others. भारत देश किसका है? हाँ? मेरा. हमारे के चक्करों में तो आप देख रहे हो. Country is ours, you work, okay? My country. बीवी किनकी है? वो नहीं आप हमारी कह रहे. बच्चे किसके हैं? हैं? बच्चे किसके हैं? नहीं, वो हमारे में आएगा. एक्सेप्शन टू द रूल भी होता है. Guys, once we do it and then we start this wonderful conclave of great minds on digital marketing and marketing, right? And my request is, we're going to practice switching ourselves on. So, tomorrow morning when you get up in the morning, the first thing you do is, you just switch yourself on. Just do that once with me, please. Please extend your left hand, right hand underneath, and when I say switch on, smack it. It has to hurt. Take some pain. See, when you and I were born, My mother and your mother had a lot of labor pains, but the child has much more pain than the mother, because inside the mother's womb for 9 months he is nestled. Is it not? Postpaid connection. And the moment he's out, prepaid, bang, the umbilical cord is cut. He says, now breathe and live. And the child has precisely 18 seconds to learn how to breathe. He's never done that before. Look at the pain. But then gradually he stopped taking pain. You and I have to take pain, and when we take pain, we channelize it, we gain, right? And then we move on. So we'll do it once, okay? And to all the sisters, let it, just think it is your mother-in-law's cheeks. No, I'm just joking, I'm just joking. No. Please edit that out. Please edit that out. Dr. Vishwanathan is sitting here, please edit it out. Let me say, you cannot love your husband or your children if you don't love your mother-in-law, because 1/4 of your child is your mother-in-law. So edit it out. But you know how you have to hit it, right? Okay, now you know. Now she says, yes. That example, I know. Okay, we'll do it together and say switch on. We'll do switch on. Okay, ready? Switch on! You've got to say switch on. Come on, guys. It looks like you've all been trained by Manmohan Singh. Huh? Come on, say. Together. Guys, switch on! Okay, some people are going like this. That is switch off. Left stays, right goes up and say switch on. Are we ready? Okay. Together, switch on! Now we'll do it 3 times. And let the first time be strong, second time be stronger, and third time the strongest. And we need some output here. At the end of the third strike, it should be as red as the monkeys behind. I'm giving you a visual image. Okay? You know, I see some young students, I get very, very fired up. My Japanese boss, very tough guy. I was a sales guy. He says, your ass should be on fire. He would say, your ass should be on fire. So I said, how do I do it, sir? Do I light it myself? What do I do? He said, your ass should be on fire. So I said, can you explain how I can have, because see, rocket's ass has fire, rocket goes up. Is it not? Yes or no? Sales people, when their ass is on fire, they'll perform. So I said, how can I have a fire on my ass? He said, you got to have fire in your belly. Once you have fire in your belly, you will fart fire and your ass will catch fire. Now believe me, it may look like a joke, but that is a reality. For all the youngsters here, you have to have a very high sense of commitment towards your family and responsibilities. Only then you'll have fire in your belly. So you got to do that. So 3 times. Ready? Switch on! Come on, guys. I think we've paid for the whole hall. You guys have paid for the whole hall. Let it be roaring together. Switch on! Switch on! Switch on! Now tomorrow, the moment you wake up, please. You know, some people get up in the morning, they don't even switch themselves on. And they go to the bathroom. And they're still wondering, why am I here? And they look at the toothbrush. And they think once, should I do it today? Is there a need for me to brush my teeth today? Will anybody come close to me? I'm on social media. Nobody will smell me. Right? But then many times, you know, these people are so habituated, they pick the brush up. They open the cap somehow, pick up the tube and imprint with the thumb slightly, and they leave it. The paste comes out and goes back in. And people think, my goodness, what is this life? Nobody is cooperating with me. But if you and I are switched on, you go to the bathroom, pick it up like Tipu Sultan or whoever else you think is a brave man, open the cap, leave the tube on the counter, hold the brush like Rajinikanth, and bang, and catch it. Rajinikanth. And then some people are thinking, Ayla, what if I don't catch it? It's okay. Take it from the tiles. And when you come out, you tell your wife or anybody else who lives with you that you want toothpaste, it's on the tiles. Please take it. And they say, wow, that is media, is it not? Yes or no? So before I go, my partner, Sandeep Barrett, tells me it's time for you to go. We're going to do this together. Please hold the hand of one person sitting next to you. And some of the sisters, you may have to sit next to the person so you can hold. Hold the hand of one person. At least one person. Come on, guys. You can move around. Yeah, just move around. Just hold the hand of at least one person. Any one person. Hold it. Like Miss Jayalalitha will hold the hand of Karunanidhi, please. You hold it like that. We need some friendship, please. Oh, come on. That is not the... That is Manmohan Singh holding hand of Modi. He's afraid what will he do to my hand. Okay, how about you, sister? Come closer. Yeah. Come closer. Yeah. No, just pull the chair. We're going to do it once. Can you give the chair to the lady, please? Yeah, please. Be comfortable, okay? And Sharif bhai, don't sit like this. But this, I don't know. In Japan, Japanese bosses do not like this pose. He says, are you my boss or am I your boss? Both your feet on the ground. Okay. All right. I'm going to ask you, are you ready? Say yes and squeeze. Some people have just given their hand. You keep squeezing, please. I have nothing to do today, right? So you got to do things, right? Practice makes you better. Okay. Behavior changes behavior. Please remember. So are we all holding it? Okay. I'm going to ask you, are you ready? Say yes. On the count of 1, I am successful. And squeeze. On the count of 2, I believe. On the count of 3, I create. On the count of I'm a... Winning is not to beat others, but to become better, like Milkha Singh. In that race, Milkha came number 1, Makan came number 2, Abdul Khalik came number 3, because Abdul Khalik wanted to beat Milkha. When you want to beat others, you lose. When you want to become better, you win. Okay? Loudly. Are you ready? Yes. Oh, come on, guys. You sound like the Mayawati's party, huh? Wanting to give some support to Modi, but there's no support. Guys, loud! Are you ready? Yes. Much better. Much better. But please, all the air has to come from the top. No leakage from the bottom. Okay? So, push it up. Are you ready? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Leave the hand. One last time. India country kiska hai? Mera hai. Oh, sir, haath chhod do, sir. I know you're liking the hand, sir, but you have to now leave the hand. Please leave his hand. Now, look at the power of happiness, is it not? I would not be wishing you best of luck because your luck is very good. Do your best. But one more time. Now we've got to build up some appetite for tea and lunch as well. So one time we'll do it without holding hands. I'll ask you, are you ready? Say yes. On the count of 1, I am successful. Sitting on your chairs. On the count of 2, stand up. I believe. Except people here. Because standing up from there, you require some rocket support. So it's like this, So it's a tough thing. I stood up with the help of Dr. G. Vishwanathan, but you guys are sitting on chairs, so you can do that. 1 sitting, 2 standing, 3 sitting, 4 standing. And let it rip. Here people talk a lot about competition. There is no competition unless you create it. There is no competition unless you create it. My wife, I am her husband. If I don't serve her, somebody else then will serve her. Outsourcing does not happen till you slow down. If I don't serve my son, somebody else will choose to serve him. So my request to you is there is no competition, it's complacency at times. And that's where I am hoping that you and I will be switched on. And some people say, Batra, how often? I said, as often as you get switched on. Maybe once every 10 minutes, once every 5 minutes, once every 2 hours. If the heart can beat 72 times in an hour, is it not? Can't you do it more often? Even heart can say, I need 1 day off every week. Now that would be a permanent weekend. One time and then I'm done. Are you ready to take over? Okay, just one time. Are you ready? Yes. 1, 2. Gentlemen and ladies, please have a seat. Let me show you. When you stand up. Some people are going like this. Some people are thinking, I have to sit down. Can I just stand up and then? Let it be total up and down. And some people are wondering, how much do I have to stand? You know your height. Exceed that by 2 or 3 inches as to go. So let's stand up when we stand up. Let's sit down when we stand up. All right. Are you ready? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Give a big round of applause to yourself, guys. Thank you very much. And please do your best. Practice makes you. You know what I know? All of us.
Thank you so much, sir. That was such an inspiration. You gave a wonderful start. It is an immense pleasure to introduce him. Dr. G. Vishwanathan, the founder and chancellor of VIT University. Born in a remote village near Vellore in Tamil Nadu, his inspiration was recognized when his party chose him to contest the elections in 1967. He entered the Indian Parliament in his early 20s, a remarkable achievement. He founded the Vellore Engineering College in 1984, and today, over 25,000 students are enrolled in 53 undergraduate and graduate programs, with nearly 16,000 residing in the campus. His life is a source of inspiration to the modern youth. Standing as a proud VITian, I am privileged to invite Dr. G. Vishwanathan to deliver the welcome address. Presidential address.
Our chief guest, Professor Seth, Mr. Batra, Professor Xavier, Professor Reeves, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students, very good morning to you. After the speech of Mr. Batra, I thought it would be not easy to speak to you. Well, when he came to Delhi, in 1967, I also went to Delhi. He was brought as a child. I was taken there as a member of parliament in 1967. Today I found out that our chief guest, Mr. Professor Seth and myself, were together for 4 years in Loyola College. We never met at the time. Now we are meeting after 55 years or 60 years. I am happy that you have chosen a very good subject, digital media, and you are going to give awards also. Digital marketing. Well, before going for marketing, we should have enough products to sell. We know that India is an ancient country, not only just in existence, but it was dominating the world. If you go to Angus Madison, the economic historian, he tells us that till the advent of Industrial Revolution, India was contributing the maximum to the world GDP. India and China put together, we contributed 50% of the world output. It started declining after the Industrial Revolution, where India did not participate. Even then, we remained as a rich country. Otherwise, we would not have so many invaders, beginning from Alexander the Great up to the British. Why were they coming to India? Because India was rich. We feel that we are a poor country. We are not a poor country. India is rich, but only Indians are poor, not all Indians. We were doing trade when many countries were not in existence or they were not discovered. To go through the Roman history, Strabo writes about Roman trade with India during Indus Valley civilization, which is 5,000 years old. The southern kings, the Cheras, Cholas and Pandyas, they were using the sea route, and the Mauryas and other kings of the north, they were using the land route. There is evidence that the Pandya kings' ambassadors were received by the Roman emperors, and all our spices were sold in Europe, particularly in Greece and Rome. Mesopotamia was the trading center for India. This is the kind of trade we have thousands of years ago, and it continued. Even now there is a possibility that from 30,000, 33% of the world GDP once we produced. At that time, the world GDP was about $102 billion. Now it has gone beyond $72 trillion, and India contributes about 3%. Now the Asian countries have come up. As Mr. Batra was mentioning, Japan was the first country in Asia to overtake the Western nations. It created a history, economic history, by becoming an advanced nation within a short period of 20 years, which took nearly 50 to 70, 80 years for the Europeans and Americans. And again, it is Korea which competed with Japan and became an advanced nation almost 19 to 20 years. So if at all there are countries where India has to emulate, it is Japan and Korea. China is trying to follow the same model. As far as trade is concerned, we have been doing very well. Even now we are trying to do. But after the new economic policy in 1991, often you mentioned our former Prime Minister. At that time, he was the Finance Minister, and Narasimha Rao was the Prime Minister. They introduced the new economic policy. Once the new economic policy was introduced, our imports started more than our export, and exports also started growing. And if you go through year after year, you will find that we are improving, both in import and export, but import is more than our export. In 2012-13, we imported much more than our export, and the trade deficit was $190 billion. Fortunately, we are increasing our export. In the next year, from $190 billion, it has come down to $138 billion, out of which our trade, adverse trade against China alone is $36 billion, because we import very many products from China, and we have to compete with them. It's not only just export, but export should be a finished product. That's where marketing comes. What is the need for marketing if you are going to export raw materials? Even now it's being done. I don't know how many of you study this, especially students who go through international trade. You must find out how much steel we are importing and how much iron ore we are exporting. In 2010-11, our export of iron ore was to the extent of 21,000 crores. And in the same year, we have imported iron and steel worth 47,000 crores. This is how India is doing its international trade. Not that I'm pessimistic, but we have to do a lot. I can understand once we were exporting cotton and importing cloths from Lancashire and Manchester. That was 200 years ago or 150 years ago. At the time, we didn't have the technology to do it. We didn't have the capital to invest. But we are not the same old India. Now we have enough capital, whether in accounts or outside accounts. You know very well, we always talk about money in Swiss banks. Why do you go to Swiss bank? In each and every house, there is black money. Because the finance minister of India presides over only 50% of the economy. The rest of the 50% is growing without the help of a finance minister or finance department. That's our country. But we have a potential, great potential to grow in our exports. And that requires very good marketing. It requires that we should produce quality products. And it should be competitive in the world market. Then marketing comes. I think you are all going to do it. The whole day we are going to discuss how the digital marketing is playing an increasing role in the present world. I find the internet, the mobile phone, all of them playing a major role, and especially the mobile phones. It has taken over the functions of many, and now we have crossed 95 crores of mobile phones in our country. Probably within short period, we may cross the 100 crore mark. And the internet is also increasing on the increase. Now we have more than 24 or 25 crores of internet connectivity. And it's also fast growing, especially among youngsters. And how are we going to make use of this for selling our products? And in fact, we are teaching ethics and values to all our children. I think the figures were not updated. The students this year is 29,000. 24,000 in Vellore campus and 5,000 in Chennai campus. And I want all of them, we want all of them, when they go out, they should know what is moral and what is immoral. They should know the values in life. And there are certain countries where we can blindly purchase products from them. Take, for example, Germany. If you want a good car, a sturdy car, we buy a German car. So far, there is no competition for them. There are certain products where you go to Japan and buy. Now, Korea is competing with Japan and other countries. How is it possible? Once we show whatever we have to sell. There are companies where they will show you a good product when you go and visit them. But when they dispatch, it will not be the same product. It will be a substandard product. This kind of marketing will kill not only the company, even the country. So there is every reason for us to practice ethics and values in our business. And we should make use of. Fortunately, we missed Industrial Revolution, but in the IT revolution, we are on the forefront. That is why digital marketing, digital media is very good for us, very helpful to us. And the only thing is, I want the youngsters to manufacture, going for manufacturing, because manufacturing doesn't contribute much to the Indian economy. It contributes more than 55% in China, whereas manufacturing contributes only about 20% to the Indian GDP. So there is a great need, an urgent need for us to go in for manufacturing quality products at a competitive rate and use the media, the digital marketing, so that we will reach all the corners of the world. That's the message which I wanted to give, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. His journey was never limited, and so is his knowledge. Having completed his M.Tech in Chemical Plant Engineering, Dr. M.J. Xavier obtained his doctorate in management from Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta. He was the founding director of IIM Ranchi and has more than 25 years of experience in teaching, research, and consultancies. His experience includes teaching at XLRI Jamshedpur, IIM Bangalore, IFMR Chennai, and Great Lakes of Management Chennai. Currently, he serves as the Executive Director at VIT Business School. I request Dr. M.J. Xavier to deliver the keynote address.
Respected Chancellor Sir, dear friend Michito Batro, my revered Professor Jagdish Sheth, my colleague Professor Reeves Wesley, dear participants. It's a wonderful day for VIT Business School. We could get such a galaxy of dignitaries here, and this is going to be followed by again a galaxy of top ranking CEOs from the industry addressing us. Of course, it will be, the conclusion will be the awards function, where we have received a fairly good amount of nominations. It was not easy to decide on the winners, so you will see the winners and their short case studies. Of course, this topic already kind of our Chancellor Sir has touched upon. How, for example, your mobile phones, internet, all other things are changing the way actually we do business today. Particularly the mobile phones have made a great impact on youngsters who on an average spend more than 4 hours on the mobile phone. The current craze is what they call the selfie. Everybody takes a photograph of whatever they are doing. I mean, it gives a great opportunity to express their mood swings or their problems, issues, whatever it is. Of course, many of my students are on my Facebook account. I was, very delighted to see a selfie of a dog. I mean, this girl had actually posed along with the dog and then taken the dog alone. First time she had posted the selfie of a dog. And it goes on and on. Somebody, who wants to commit suicide also, takes a selfie and puts it. One IT girl cut her fingers and, veins, and then took a video and posted it on the Facebook. One guy was arrested for actually, taking a selfie while on a bullfight. I think it's kind of, today's youngsters cannot imagine life without cell phone. I mean, that's a kind of a level that we have reached today. And you have all kinds of other applications that you find. It's not only Facebook, but also WhatsApp, which has been bought over by Facebook. You have Twitter, you have Viber, you have all kinds of other social media, which are used for expressing your kind of, ideas, activities, and the kind of status they put. Sometimes you wonder why they would like to reveal such very intimate personal things to the public, but still people use that. Now, cell phone has also empowered women. I mean, that's an interesting part of the entire thing, because even right today, I live right across in Kodambakkam. From Kodambakkam to here, before I could reach, I get a call from my wife, have you crossed Kattipara Junction? Have you reached the hotel? I wonder actually 20 years back or 15 years back, how did women track their spouses? Literally every moment you are tracked, where you are, what you are doing. And surprisingly, once I left my phone in the car in the Kelambakam campus, and I had 2 phones, so I had carried one of the phones. So I called my wife to tell her that I don't know where I left my phone, because I didn't know that I had left it in the car. My phone is missing, so call this number. Now, after about 20 minutes, she calls me and says that your phone is showing the tower Kelambakam, so your phone must be somewhere in the car only, go and look for it. I was shocked. I said, how did you know? No, it's an iPhone, so iPhone to iPhone, I can track where you are. So now I cannot go somewhere and then tell her that, I am in office, I am in this or that, because with the iPhone she is able to track exactly where I am. this is the kind of development. It is empowered, yes, it is helpful. And another interesting aspect is sometimes I used to leave my iPad at home. She started just playing around with that. We never taught her anything. Intuitively she has learned. I mean, she has learned to browse the Facebook, read the news, look at everything. So that's the kind of a population you have, irrespective of age. Anybody could get into a mobile phone and then use it for news, use it for views, whatever it is. Now, in this kind of a scenario, if a marketer is going to leave out this important media, he is going to be in trouble. In fact, 1994, I organized the first e-commerce program in the whole country, actually, along with Professor Sadagopan, who is in Bangalore now, at IIM Bangalore. Those days, we talked about internet as another communication channel. I mean, that's how we started it. But from there, we have come a long way. Today, basically, people use mobiles, people use net for everything and everything. So you just cannot ignore this. In fact, today the technology has developed so much that, for example, they use back-end analytics to track your purchase behavior and exactly target you and then give you advice on what you should buy, how you should buy, and so on and so forth. Now, there is a term called remarketing. Basically, what it means is that if you go to your website and then look for some products and you don't buy it and then come out of that, a little later, for example, whichever website you browse, you will find the advertisement for that product. Now, this happens always. You can check it out if you try for booking a ticket on any of the travel sites, and you look for train fare, airfare from Chennai to Delhi. And next day you open the computer and then you will find that airfare from Chennai to Delhi slashed, visit us. So if you click on that, it will take you there. Now the targeting has become, extremely powerful. Today, of course, there is also location-based kind of a marketing. Because of the mobile phone, they can track where you are and then at what time you are at that place. Then if it happens to be a noon and if you're hungry, then you get ads on actually, for example, which are the nearest outlets where you can have nice food. So they are able to exactly target and then work on customers. So today, actually, the whole day we are going to have an exciting time, listening to speakers on how they are using internet, mobiles, your social media and other things to market their products and services. And also you'll see the case studies as to how they are using it. And I'm very proud that we at VIT Business School could actually bring out this conclave where we could bring together such kind of eminent personalities. Our next conclave we are planning on CSR. That's going to be in December. And then subsequent to that, we are planning a conclave on business analytics. These are the kind of key areas where we are interested in working. I hope you will all really be part of our other initiatives also. Thanks a lot for coming in large numbers, and hope to see you till the end of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure there's a lot to learn today. Consumer behavior, relationship marketing, competitive strategy, and geopolitical analysis are his major areas of interest. An internationally known scholar, Dr. Jagdish Sheth, has nearly 30 years of combined experience in marketing. Throughout his career, Professor has offered more than 1,000 presentations in at least 20 countries. He has also provided consulting services for numerous companies in United States, Europe, and Asia. His client list includes a lot of companies: AT&T, Bell South, Cox Communications, Delta, Ford, Motorola, and more. Currently, he sits on the board of directors of several public companies. It is an honor to have his presence today. I kindly invite Dr. Jagdish Shet, to share his words with us.
While he's setting it up, can you hear me okay? Since they are webcasting, I'll probably have to go to the microphone to talk to the microphone. Can you see me? This is the typical problem of laptops, coming in the way. But I always start about my background, like Batrabi. I went to the States in 1961 as a foreign graduate student, became a professor in 1963 at Columbia University, and they don't know how to pronounce our names. So I finished 50 years of teaching. But more importantly, I finished 51 years of marriage. You can applaud, that's fine. So they don't know how to pronounce our names. So one of my colleagues at Columbia University said, we'll give you a short name, Jag, like in Jaguar. And ever since that association, I've been dreaming of owning a Jaguar with a license plate, Jag's Jag. Why not, right? And the dream became a reality when I turned 16 years ago. So I'm 76 now. Do I look 76? That's because in marketing, the first thing we learn, it's all about packaging, right? True story, I have 2 grown-up children. They are married, all 4 of them conspired. I don't count my birthdays. I come from a generation where birthday is not as important to count. So I went out, got my local newspaper, and saw this beautiful Jaguar, top of the line, even the color I liked, parked in the driveway with a handwritten license plate, Jag's Jag, happy 60th birthday. It was a rental car, unfortunately. So I'm still looking for my Jaguar, okay? I do want to mention that I'm going to be a little more serious about specific aspects of this technology. It is more transformative than anything we have seen in the world. I've been involved in the rise of the cellular technology in the US from the beginning, both commercialization as well as regulatory aspects. And at that time, our forecast was in 1985 that there will be no more than 950,000 users of cellular telephone worldwide. I think the forecast missed by a few billions. Today we have more than 4 billion cell phones sold cumulatively. The largest markets, as people have talked about, are China #1, India #2, and India will cross more than 900 million cell phones. So the biggest revolution of the digital technology is not the computer or a CPU, mainframe computers, not even a PC, but it is actually the cell phone. Cell phone has become a great equalizer between advanced and emerging economies. And of course now we have the internet, and 2015 will be a major year, in fact, in India, when by mandate we'll have to roll out 4G, which is the broadband, the pipeline behind. It's just like building a super highway, and therefore you will have communities after communities living around the superhighway in the virtual world. It's absolutely very fascinating and very realistic scenario. So let me show you some of the slides here. I hope I can do it. Can I get a remote? Oh. Anybody? Okay. Let's see, yes. If you take the business function, there are only 2 real business functions. And this is a saying from Peter Drucker: innovation and marketing. Technology, and especially disruptive technology, has always played a key role in shaping the future of innovation. We already know that stuff. We link innovation with technology in our mind. The Chancellor talked about, for example, the Industrial Revolution and how China and India missed the boat and all the stuff. And that's very true. Look at the digital cameras and how much they have made a change on Kodak as a company, which is a film-based space programs, and how much innovation has come from that technology. Mobile phones that we just talked about. However, we have not fully understood or documented the impact of technology on marketing, which is the other function. Impact of digital technology on marketing is as disruptive and transformative as innovation. So if you analyze the ages, there are two dimensions. One is the speed, other one is the scale. We have studied quite a lot about the scale, but not about the speed dimension, which I think is very important in the digital age. So you have the agricultural age with lower speed and lower scale. Everything is localized. You go to the industrial age where we have a little more speed but a lot more scale. And in the digital world, we have both scale and speed to a level that we have not imagined. I will do a little chart, a little more analytic stuff around here. This is the economics of the different ages. I work quite a lot for companies like TI, Motorola, etc., to transform them in the process. In the agricultural age, the total cost is only variable cost. Fixed cost is land. It is inherited. You never calculate. So what do you maximize? The best thing to maximize are resources, which is land and labor. So the bigger the landlord you are, land, like monarchs, and more feudal system, people work for you in servitude, the more powerful you are. So possession advantage is the key one around here, primarily. In the industrial age, this changes dramatically. Total cost is now both fixed cost and variable cost. So we invented the concept of marginal cost analysis and marginal pricing, where we said to maximize profits, we must have our marginal price, which is the price of the next unit we charge in the marketplace, equal to our marginal cost. And primarily you have a scale advantage here. That's all we know. And unfortunately, companies that began in the industrial age are having a difficult time transitioning to the digital age. No matter who you are, whether you are an IBM on the one hand, or you are a General Motors on the other hand, or Boeing aircraft on the third hand, it makes no difference. In the digital age, the total cost is all fixed cost. There are only two raw materials of the digital age, and that's chips and software. Today, if I wanted to build a new semiconductor factory, it will be about $2.6 billion, both the design and the factory itself. So my first cost of the chip is $2.6 billion. The cost of my second chip would be zero. If you have a new software platform, let's say based for iPhone or iPad, the Apple platform, or a Google platform, the Android platform, it will cost you billions of dollars to build those platforms, not the applications, but the platforms. And therefore, the software also, the first copy of, let's say, Windows NT, just as an improvement over Windows, will cost you $600 million. The cost of the second copy is nothing. Which means there is no maximization of profits. Marginal cost is zero, and therefore does it mean you give it out free? And the answer is yes. So how do you monetize becomes a very key area around here. So the only thing you can maximize is cash flow. Cash flow becomes your key advantage around here, and what you need around here is scale and speed, which says that inventing something and then marketing yourself, selling and servicing is too slow. The best strategy is to invent and license the world as fast as you can. That's a key paradigm shift around here. So let's just talk about the fundamentals of marketing. In marketing, we are always location bound and time bound. That's all marketing is all about. It's very local, both by location and as well as by time. So traditional marketing is all organized around time bound and location bound practices and theories. The digital world removes the location free, makes it free. I call it location agnostic. Time free, your own time, online, or all your life, 24/7 essentially by and large. There are no selling hours, there are no servicing hours, it's all 24, and therefore digital marketing means anytime, anywhere, anyhow marketing, and that's a fundamental change from what we have been doing so far. So its impact. I wanted to focus on the 4 P's of marketing. If you're a marketing student, this is what you study essentially, or if you're a manager, this is what you practice. Digitized products, such as banking products, financial instruments, airlines, will be having the highest impact with the digital age. Because I can now produce, store, distribute my product also, not just my commerce around that product primarily. Clearly see the fusion of the old and the new, which is very important to understand, that we might have the new retailers like Amazon, Flipkart, Snapdeal, whatever they are around here. But you also have, in fact, at the same time, old technology embedded with smartness. I worked on a project many, many years ago in the late 70s, early 80s on what is now becoming a reality called driverless car at General Motors in the tech center. You have a dual mode car, you drive the car around regularly as you do, but you get into a special highway that is built, and automatically once you enter the highway, the engine is shut off for pollution and noise reduction in large cities. No traffic jams. And the road is moving, the car is stationary, just like at Disney World. And you slot the cars at 35 miles per hour, or can go up to 70 miles during traffic hours, peak hours essentially. And you are exited automatically to take back the control of the car as if you are driving a regular car. And the issue arises quite often in terms of marketing aspects. Will the society, the consumers, accept this model? And we have all kinds of sociological issues. For example, people, when they don't have to manage the car, as we do sitting in the back here, you start drinking. And when you are exited out, can you take charge, in fact, of your own car? Does it create more side effects on the society than the main effects? And I'll digress around here slightly on the side effects of this technology. I've been working about a decade on about 5 or 6 major side effects of the internet age or the digital age. This is very addictive. An addiction of mind, we don't know how to detoxificate. It's very much like gambling. We know how to remove or reduce the addiction of physical bodies like alcohol. So we are very much looking at the societal impact of addiction, digital addiction essentially. This is a technology where I can make artificial real. I can take things around. I'm working in the entertainment industry, the movie industry, where I don't need a producer or a director anymore. I can sit in front of an Apple architect, hardware and software, or a Sony. These are the 2 platforms for all of the image makers in the digital age. And I can sit in front of that one. If I'm a good storyteller, I can create a movie in less than 2-3 months, under $1 million, as good as any movie makers will make. I'm a producer, director, screenwriter, everything in one place. And change the disruptive paradigm completely about the cost of producing, for example, and the cost of distributing at the same time. Since I'm mixing and matching all of the public domain information or video content, I'm like a chef in a restaurant. I get the salt, it has a brand of its own. I get a sugar, it has a brand of its own. I may have packaged vegetables, semi-cut, brands of their own. Whatever the brands are, they all lose their intellectual property rights. There is no intellectual property rights ever to be protected in the digital age, and therefore all of the laws we have passed about patents, trademarks, copyrights, which are industrial age, are not sustainable from a marketing viewpoint in this digital age. Branding will become even more imaginative than ever before. Think about a company branding Apple or Yahoo, which was even a better shock. I mean, we never thought about Yahoo, and most of the branding practice comes from packaged goods companies. This is totally different, quite different. So we are now learning branding strategies from digital companies that can come into the packaged goods industry, or Twitter, WhatsApp, all the stuff that you know. Online anything. absolutely the paradigm hereafter. So we will have, whether it's work, which is online, play surprisingly online, dating online. Have you seen that thing? In fact, we have a conference in Bangalore next week on social media marketing, which is some aspect of this digital marketing by and large, where we have the, I think it's matrimony.com from here, from Chennai, right? Nokri.com, which is somebody from Delhi. They are coming and talking about how much we have seen matrimonials today, which used to be primarily in newspaper prints. It's all online. And it is as acceptable as ever before, and maybe better than ever before, which is interesting to find. And of course, shopping we have seen. More interestingly, I'm doing research on friendship online. We are shifting as a society from a kinship bonding to more and more friendship bonding. Let me tell you some of the things that we are finding fascinating. There are virtual communities out there, such as a Second Life, which began this whole thing. More interesting is called a Farmville, like a farmer. So here is a very senior executive woman, doesn't matter woman or man, rushing home to make sure that she arrives at home on time, and on her computer goes into the virtual community so that her cow gets milked in time. Isn't that interesting? So you don't need marriage anymore. You don't need a companion of human beings, which means everything we do today as a daily activity becomes peripheral, and the new digital world becomes the core, which is an absolute change. So these young people are involved in virtual communities in ways that we have not imagined, and that's your market, and how do you reach that market by and large? There is an app for everything. If you thought so far that people like Facebook, WhatsApp have made billions of dollars, you can be an entrepreneur today and come out with a new app for anything. Most mundane thing in life that you do, including, Batra, your example about toothpaste, which I loved it. You can have an app to show how to have a toothpaste properly put in your toothbrush, and there will be people who will download that app and follow it. Isn't that interesting? Daily activities that we learn through early childhood socialization from parents, from friends, from teachers, I can now put it as one more app. And this is limitless, in fact, entrepreneurship. If you thought industrial age created entrepreneurs, my estimate is that compared to industrial age, the digital age is about 100, maybe 1,000 times more, because there are no barriers to entry, either capital or technology. That's clearly change in the product side. More affordable and accessible products, very much so. But more interesting around is the reverse innovation. Things are happening in emerging markets first, and then they're going to advanced countries, as opposed to the traditional notion you invent there, then you localize to the local market, and ultimately emerging economies can afford it. I'll take the next area quickly because of the time. We are running quite short. The other major change, of course, is on promotion, the next P of marketing, which is advertising, sales, promotion. Social media is the one that everybody talked about. By the way, all social media put together now exceeds 3 billion users, overlapping, obviously. Think about that. Between Facebook, on the other hand, the Google thing, for example, of course, Twitter, if you add them together, it's about 3 billion population, which is mind-boggling to think about, bigger than most nations in population in size. Mobile advertising is the fastest growing medium worldwide, growing at about 35-40%, and traditional ad agencies are unable to migrate from a traditional ad agency from print to television to the mobile marketing or mobile advertising. Convergence of voice, data, video, this medium is very rich, and it has an enormous global reach at the same time. So RICH, rich. I can combine voice, video, data today. No other medium can ever do it, changing the paradigm enormously. And the next area is the one that I have written a paper along with my colleague, this virtual community I talked about. Remember, we know who we are, self-image, the I concept that you talked about. We have lots of possessions that says my identity, who I am. There are classic papers in psychology, which has been my study, where through our possessions we express who we are, which members we belong to, family members, community, etc., neighborhoods, or friends. In this one now we are extending to having digital products as our possessions as opposed to physical products. In fact, we are finding that people are more engaged in a digital automobile than they are in a real automobile. They are creating avatar of their own. I create my own image of what I would like to be. So all the aspirational marketing we used to talk about, I don't need a marketer to tell me, I do it myself. Huge paradigm shift around here, and it's very fascinating to watch. A blurring of advertising, promotion, which are different dollars, and word of mouth influence all now begins to blur together. So we don't know which delivers what, as we used to have a very clear, return on marketing dollars, etc. And now the last one is a very interesting one. I've been dabbling with this one. Marshall McLuhan was a very famous communication theorist from Canada, and he coined a phrase that medium becomes the message. And he was absolutely right so far, but now for the first time, the message becomes the medium. If I have a message, I will create my own medium. I don't need anybody else's medium. I don't need a television network to tell me how to distribute that content. On the web, I can do it any way I want. So this is a very fundamental change if you are in the media side of the marketing by and large. Place, location. Remember, we always taught in location retailing, it's location, location, location. Today, I'm not so sure it is still relevant. Because I can have virtual locations anywhere in the world, as many as I want. So global reach, which is the other big dimension, began with eBay. Remember eBay as a trading platform. I have bought Indian antique from an Australian store, never knowing where they are located, trusting eBay as my arbitrage trust factor. In other words, I can exchange or I can get things. I've got that product with me. It's one of those bronze statues, nice little thing. Interestingly, the trader does not know me. I don't know the trader. It's an art gallery of some sort. Think about that. Whereas in the agricultural age, the milkman came to house every day, as they still do in India, brings the cow or the buffalo. Remember, that's how I grew up in Chennai, having milk every day essentially brought in. And there was a conversation. The neighborhood provision store person knew everything about my family. It's a multi-generational relationship, all coming to a discontinuity. And to personalize to the Indian setting, I find fascinating that the generation gap in India is now only 8 years apart. The older sister is unable to relate to the younger sister in not only lifestyle but in values. That's mind-boggling change. Moving very, very rapidly. In fact, I've written an article called The Call Center Couple. So these are young people who meet in college nowadays, rather than the typical parents deciding who you will get married. And they would like to start their own family. First thing they want to do is not to live with parents. Have you noticed that? Unless there is no way they can buy a housing. They are the first-time buyers of everything. They are the first-time buyers of cell phones, two-wheeler, motors, the typical automobile. And they are the first-time buyers, in fact, of a house. Affordable housing is a major industry emerging. First-time buyers of everything, appliances, television, just goes on, which is very key. And one of the key consequences is that this young generation does not know the typical homemaking skills. The biggest outsourcing is not IT services from America or the world into India for companies like Wipro, Infosys, etc., but the biggest outsourcing is at home. They don't know how to cook. They don't know how to take care of childcare. They don't know how to clean, etc. All of that is becoming now what the homemaker did was never added in the GDP calculation. Now they buy commercially and therefore it is a part of the economic growth essentially. Mind-boggling change. In America, for example, out of 3 meals a day, we only eat 1.5 meals at home, 1.5 meals we eat out. Lunch is eaten out and breakfast is eaten out basically. And the other meals we eat at home, fully 50% is ready to eat, not ready to serve. So all the retailers in fast foods have to have a home delivery, for example, like a Domino Pizza, which pioneered the industry, etc. Massive change around here. Our demand-driven procurement. You cannot now make products, store them in warehouses or in the stores and wait for the customers to come. So you start the reverse process by saying, once the demand arises, can I make those products? So I have just-in-time production, just like just-in-time delivery essentially. E-commerce on mobile devices is pretty much here. And I think that's going to grow much faster in India than we thought, because the hassle of doing other way is just too hard. Time hassle, traffic hassle, the retailer is not trained properly how to serve. So for example, I grew up in Tinagar, and during Pongal time, there is no way you can ever drive, let alone walk in that area. Have you seen all the rural population comes to buy saris and jewelry? It's a mind-boggling change. That reminds me of adding something that I did not build because it's not marketing per se, but I think our traditional notions of who is poor, who is rich is absolutely misleading. Remember, we have this data that say if you're earning under $1 a day, $365 a year, you are extreme poverty. The United Nations talks about. $2 a day is the poverty level. It's very fascinating. If you look at the same people, they're very wealthy at the same time. I have data, 1950 to year 2000. We have imported legally and illegally 1,000 metric tons of gold. Think about that. So we have 50,000 metric tons of gold in this country, paid by cash by somebody. Only 25% of that is made into jewelry for exports. So 75% of that 50,000 metric tons is in India someplace. 70% of that 75% is exactly in the same people who are declared below the official poverty level. The wealthy families invest in the stock market. They invest in a banking instrument. The poor, the first thing a villager woman would like is another sari that she can take to the temple or a festival or a wedding to make her husband proud of the family. The second thing she wants is jewelry. That wealth is all here. You know the amount, how much it is? It is $1.5 trillion accumulated over time. Of course, we pass on as a part of the dowry system or giving to the daughters, etc., in succession planning, etc. But that wealth is floating around. So they are not poor as we think, interestingly. So we have to think differently about these markets than what traditionally the Western education has taught us about these markets. So e-commerce on mobile devices and online education and health will become much more necessity because access is a problem and affordability is a problem. In fact, I think at our conference later this week, I think very fascinating, we have the gentleman Ganesh, I think is his name, who created the Tutor Vista. Remember, Tutor Vista is an online helping high school students in advanced countries. And it's interesting, about 3,000 teachers who train in math and science online to people in Western countries, especially the US, are all in rural population here. So on the one hand, we think rural population has no education capability. On the other hand, we have world-class teachers. High school levels we are talking about. Very massive change. So we have to look at these contradictions in a very different way. And I know because of the time, I'll move a little faster. The last one is the price. In India, the middlemen is about 11 middlemen are involved from the producer to the consumer. This technology compresses, disintermediation takes place, and you only have a few, and you have a disintermediation and a reintermediation, and therefore price arbitrage begins to go out of the window pretty much. As we have seen with e-tailers primarily, so real-time and dynamic pricing of everything. Who said stock market alone will be dynamic pricing? So airlines, when they started charging real time, which people were shocked. Why should I have my retail products priced as the same way, either on a 24-hour cycle or a 1-month cycle? I can have as the customer is walking by. If you have not watched a movie, watch a movie called Minority Report. It was produced about a decade ago. That really shows you where the future of marketing is going. In fact, the technology, there are two technologies which are shaping the 21st century, biological sciences and nanotechnology. And today I can embed a micro, very tiny chip in my body, and I don't need any device. Think about that. I've done that in the automobile, for example. It's called telematics. I can put a server and a switch in the automobile, in the back trunk, so the telephone and the IT sites converge. Automobile is the first place where I can converge voice, video, and data. And now my mobile car or a two-wheeler or a truck or a lorry becomes my base station. I don't need towers at all. I can create a real networking out of the whole thing using mesh technology. So the biggest change agent may not be the home or the office, but maybe the automobile. And all it takes about is 5 major automobile manufacturers to come together and come out with a common standard. You might have heard about OnStar as a company created by General Motors, which is a lead actually, has licensed Honda the technology. I have the technology embedded, so there is no cost of additional cost. It's a part of your car, just as we get AM, FM radio station, for example, or CD music or a VCR or videos, whatever it is. It's very possible. So we are watching the whole scenario of machine-to-machine communication. It's very fascinating. It's all real, by the way. I can have my car in my garage at home, constantly communicating with my refrigerator, and my refrigerator tells my car that milk is running low, so I don't need a wife to tell me milk is running low, and I can pick it up. That car actually communicates in my office because it's sitting in the parking lot someplace. It's always with me someplace, which says I don't need a PC device. I don't need a cell phone even eventually. Communication happens, and it may be even embodied in the body physically is where we are seeing. Have you seen the wearable technology, digital technologies and all of the wearable things? That is just the start of the whole thing, and it will be commercialized pretty soon. So it has a huge pricing to life. I'll take the last slide and cut short the presentation. In addition to the 4 P's of marketing, digital technology will also impact on market research. I sit on the board of a data analytics company because we know how to do market research on numerical data primarily, data analytics. But when you have text messages from Twitter, for example, the econometricians have no idea how to analyze the data. Statistics stops there. So the people who analyze our data are mostly linguists or cognitive psychologists. Totally changes the paradigm. It'll also, customer support function will change, and also customer feedback, which I think Chancellor talked about, or somebody, I think you talked about, real-time feedback. It happens, before you even have something done, answer is pretty much ready essentially, which is interesting. Marketing as we know today will become peripheral, and the digital marketing will become the main. In fact, that's a general law, more powerful than Einstein's equation, more predictable. Anything we do as a necessity, when we give it up, always comes back as a hobby. Hunting during the hunter and gatherer days, fishing, gardening, baking breads. Are you with me? Today the hottest cable channel in America is a food channel. Food was a daily thing we did. Nobody talked about it. But today we are making ordinary chefs extraordinary celebrities. Isn't that interesting? I think food channel is popular here also. Isn't that the case? It's a mind-boggling, nothing so it comes back as a hobby. I did a whole study for Whirlpool Corporation in 1983, and we brought Whirlpool here also in the process for other reasons. And it was kitchen of the future. It's very interesting. I do demographic work in the U.S., and I think it's happening. All of us are becoming what I call a roommate family. Kitchen is like a commons area. Everybody comes and goes. We are actually having fewer people in the house with much bigger kitchen. Now for the first time, both men and women, wife and husband, have a common hobby, kitchen. Husband used to be in the garage with a bench, the physical stuff in the US, and wife would be like a kitchen oriented. Remodeling costs are fantastic in the kitchen area, right, primarily. But that kitchen gets high tech. Security devices are in kitchen. Telephone is in the kitchen, interestingly, and internet comes in the kitchen now. So if you extrapolate, what's happening is that kitchen is becoming not a smelly, messy place. Remember, in India, we still construct houses or homes or apartments where you have a separate kitchen area, where the maid and those guys will be there. That goes away now. It becomes one great room that I customize the way I want it. And everybody comes, eats on their own. None of us eat together anymore. It's a rare treat when the whole family eats together even once a week. And everybody, after eating, what happens? Everybody goes in their own little private space. I have pictures of my grandchildren. Everybody sitting together in a sofa, text messaging to somebody, and sometimes they're text messaging each other 2 feet or 3 feet apart. That's mind-boggling. It's very interesting. That's the new consumer reality. So the roommate family concept impacts enormously in the marketplace. So examples are hunting, fishing, baking bread, gardening, and cooking. So I have forecasted, since we don't know how to do house cleaning anymore, right? And we have the maid services. In the US, maid services are coming, but it's expensive. Childcare, we have to do outsourcing. The biggest cost is childcare. So who does cleaning in the house? We are only 2 of us, by the way, as grandparents now. We live just ourselves, my wife and I. And the question comes, who cleans the house? So I deliberately invite friends once a month. Not because I need their friendship, but house gets cleaned. Either I set aside, magazines, we all move around before they come, or my wife does it, or somehow we get it done so house looks neat and clean, which is interesting. So I've forecasted. If gardening can come back as a hobby, cooking can come back as a hobby, you will see some of the bestseller books on how to clean your house. Spring cleaning kind of stuff, which is fascinating. It's always going to happen. I think we are underestimating. So I'll just leave around here, and thank you very much. Sorry, time has gone too far out. I need to use the washroom.
Thank you so much, sir. Your words had an impact and would surely plant a thought. I now kindly invite Mr. Vijay Batra to honor our chief guest with a memento. Thank you, sir. I request Professor Reeves Wesley, VIT Business School, Chennai, to deliver the thank you note.
Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. I'm sure that you know who has said this. And this is what Newton has said in his third law of motion. And if Newton had to live today and to propose his law of motion, he would have said every action has an equal and opposite reaction plus a digital media overreaction, especially the social media. Indeed, he cannot afford to ignore the realities of the digital world. Honorable Chancellor, respected Chief Guest of the Day, the Executive Director of VIT Business School, Founder and Chief Editor of Think Media, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I deem it a great pleasure to propose a word of thanks before the august audience. Our Chancellor has been a source of strength and support at every preparatory stages of this conclave. In fact, the Executive Director of Business School was telling me a few days back that he was very appreciative of this initiative right from the conception of the idea till this date. Thank you very much, sir, for delivering the presidential address. We are so happy to express our obligation to Dr. Jagdish Sheth, the Charles H. Kelstad Professor of Marketing, Emory University, for his very scintillating and scholarly address. I am sure that all participants seated here have noted his ideas and will be discussing within their organization the action to be initiated at every level. Thank you for being the chief guest of the day, sir. And even like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels started rolling a few weeks back with a bird's eye for details and planning. Professor M.J. Xavier, Executive Director of VIT Business School, manifested powerful and unconventional wisdom in organizing this program. Thank you for delivering the keynote address, sir. I happened to visit the website of an extraordinary person who delivered his speech at the onset of this program. And the opening statement read like this: I am an ordinary man with extraordinary desires, and I will persevere till I become an extraordinary man with ordinary desires. And he is Mr. Vijay Michihito Batra, the founder and chief editor of Think Media. Thank you so much for being the special guest. Have you become an extraordinary man, sir? No. On the way. Okay. And I acknowledge the presence of Dr. Anand Samuel, the Pro Vice Chancellor of VIT Chennai campus. Thank you for taking time to be here, sir. I wish to thank all the partners, beginning from the gold sponsors, the Emerald Publishing and mybschool.com, the India's largest online business B-school, as well as the associate partner, GT Technical and Management Institute Private Limited and Digitally Inspired Media. Also our online media partners, Dalal Street, Social Samosa, AdGully and India Mart. Our magazine partner, Think Media News, our online registration partner, Event Avenue, digital partner, Effort, live streaming partner, MSlive Media and Broadcasting, mobile application partner, Event Boy, email marketing partner, DM. Apart from this, we had been backed by a team of committed and dedicated faculty members and student volunteering team. Thank you so much. And the Think Media executive, Mr. Sandeep, and his team, especially Mr. Ansari, deserve a big hand of applause for the amount of meticulous planning and overall supervision. I also would like to thank the media who have come over here to give a complete coverage of this event, and my heartfelt gratitude to all our well-wishers and the delegates from different parts of the country. Also the supporting staff of this hotel who have helped us to organize this hall and given us the audio support. And my congratulations to all the award winners. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. We will now break for tea for the next 15 minutes and come back for a first session on understanding the digital consumers in the emerging markets. Thank you.
So it was nice. Whatever chota mota whatever can be ignored. It's wonderful. The rest everything is going very fine. Wonderful. See, there's always a room for improvement. So the rest everything is fine. Just be relaxed.
Kind attention. I request all the delegates to settle down. We'll be starting our first session shortly. Kind attention. The guests standing outside are kindly requested to come in and occupy the seats. We'll be starting our first session shortly. Technology has changed a lot in the last 30 years. Today's consumer is more connected than ever, thanks to the digital devices and platforms. These changes are driving a media revolution and blurring traditional media definitions. Understanding such changes is not an easy process. Today we have an opportunity to make the task easier by Mr. Harish Tibrawala, Joint CEO of Social Wavelength. Social Wavelength is India's largest social media agency and works with more than 50 national and international brands with a team of 170 plus. Mr. Harish has been recognized as the Social Media Professional of the Year by the World Brand Congress and also among the top 100 digital influencers in India as per the Impact magazine in 2012 and again in 2013. I kindly invite Mr. Harish Tibrawala to our first session on understanding the digital consumers in the emerging markets. Welcome, sir.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Three disclaimers before I start the topic. The subject given to me was understanding consumer behavior in digital marketing. I believe consumer behavior is a part of human behavior. So if we understand human behavior, we'll probably be able to understand consumer behavior. The second disclaimer, I don't think people in emerging markets or developed markets behave any differently. They both use Google for search, so not seeing a serious challenge there. And the third is I will not get down to statistics. So I will not tell you 23% of people use email for what purpose, I want to go and bring out something more holistic of how digital or social is going to change our civilization, the way we think and the way we behave. So that will be the focus of my presentation. Welcome to Web 2.0. So what was Web 1.0? Web 1.0 was where computers started talking to computers. Computers are connected to other computers. The activity was more driven for information. Search was driving Web 1.0, and it was machines talking to machines. What is Web 2.0? Web 2.0 is being driven basically by cell phones and by social networks. It is not search for information, it is now search for people. You want to find people, not necessarily finding information. And the third is people are now getting connected to people. So what Google did, connected machines to machines and connected us to information. But what Facebook does, it connects people to people, and we start now going look around for people. That is like a fundamental difference between Web 1.0 and Web 2.0. And Web 2.0 is going to be far, far bigger than Web 1.0. It's going to have some fundamental impact on human behavior. And in the next few slides, we'll see how this happens. It's going to increase the honesty quotient. It's going to force us all to be far more honest than we used to be. We keep hearing the term global village everywhere. Social media has truly made us a global village, one big village, one big community. In a disconnected world, you can be different things to different people at different points of time. You can have multiple avatars. But in a connected world, you can have only one avatar. Let me give you an example. 10 years back, if you call for somebody's resume and you're interviewing for a vice president sales kind of a job, the same guy will give you the resume, make some small changes, and make it appear as if he is the best salesperson. And you apply, if you open a position for marketing, and the same guy will send you the same resume with some more tinkering here and there. And you make an opening for customer service, the same guy can apply. Each one of us had 4 different copies of our resume, and depending on the person we wanted to pitch to, we could put the resume. But now because of LinkedIn, you can have only one avatar. If you go and try and fudge something on LinkedIn, for all you know, somebody in your friend circle will immediately find out and point out that why do you think so? You never worked at this company. This was never the kind of job you did. So it is going to force us to become a little more honest. Let's take another example. A guy comes to the office in the morning, he comes and says, sir, ghar se phone aaya hai, maa bimar hai, I need to go. Go, take leave immediately. What does this guy do? He goes out with friends, has a great party in the afternoon, beer, drinking, shinking, everything happening. Unfortunately for him, one of his friends is connected to me on Facebook. And this guy goes and posts a picture of all those guys having fun. What do you think happens to this guy next day morning when he comes to office? So connected world is actually going to force human behavior. It's going to force us to be far more honest than we used to be. Somebody comes to my office pitching for a sales job and says he knows the Ambanis and Birlas and Tatas like the back of his hand. You go and look up his LinkedIn profile and see where are his connections. Is he connected to manager level people or CXO people or VP people? And that's the end of the interview. So social media, social networking, Web 2.0 is going to force us to be more honest than we used to be. We have all become identifiable at all times. For a huge part of human civilization, we used to live in cloak of anonymity. When you came to people you knew, you were identifiable. But when you moved away, you were completely unidentifiable. But today technology allows you the facility where if I take a picture of all these people sitting in this room and send it back to a Facebook or LinkedIn server, in a few minutes it can do face mapping and tell me exactly who is here in this room. Which means if you're walking on the streets of a road, somebody can just take your picture and immediately identify who you are. So this whole cloak of anonymity is now dead. We are all going to be identifiable at every point of time. Almost like carrying your name tag wherever you go. Recommendations are going to influence our buying decisions. It is no longer going to be brand messaging. Mass communication means the brand told you what you want. Social networking means your friends tell you what you want. Which is the most ROI driven social media site in India? Which is the best social media site? Anybody wants to guess? It is not Facebook, it is not Twitter. It's a site like TripAdvisor. What is TripAdvisor? Have you ever made a hotel booking recently? Anybody? When you make a booking, you can look at the recommendations. You will go to a TripAdvisor or a hotels.com and have a look at recommendations of people are talking about the hotel. Now, whatever be the jazzy pictures the hotel puts up, it is based on the recommendations of people who have put reviews that you will decide whether you want to go to this hotel or not. Hotel has put great pictures, but people are talking about faucet is leaking, there was a cockroach in the toilet, reception is bad. There is no way you will go to the hotel. And who's giving these recommendations? People I don't even know. I don't know them. So TripAdvisor today controls the entire hotel industry. If you don't have good recommendations on TripAdvisor, you might as well go out of business. So it is going to be a recommendations. If I am in Chennai, I want to go out somewhere for dinner, I'll probably go to a Zomato or a Burp or even a Foursquare and start checking for recommendations. What are my friends talking about this place? What are other consumers talking about this place? So all of a sudden, brands have become unempowered. The power has shifted from the brand to the consumer, which is the biggest shift digital has brought. The power is no longer with the brand. It is with the consumer. A shift of power has happened. Devices are shrinking, but our vision is expanding. Okay. So once upon a time, we had that great big movie screen, whatever 20 feet by 40 feet, which came down to a small television screen, whatever 18 inches, okay, came down to a laptop, came down to a cell phone. The size of our window to the world actually is shrinking. But what is happening? Our vision is becoming more and more. With the help of a cell phone, like a small, whatever 3-4 inch screen, you can access the entire world. So while size of devices are shrinking, our vision is actually expanding. And our method of communication is changing completely. So letters, emails, once upon a time we used to have letters. From letters we shifted to emails, from emails we shifted to tweets. Okay. Once upon a time we used to have research reports. I mean, when was the last time you saw a 20-page research report? It's an infographic. So the way we communicate and the time we spend on communication is very fast shrinking. 24/7 by everywhere, 10-15 years back when the .coms came, they taught us the word 24/7. You have to be open 24/7. Today the challenge for a brand is not just 24/7. It is 24/7 by everywhere. A consumer can go and put out a tweet anywhere saying, I don't like this particular product. The onus is on the brand to go and find out where is the consumer and find a way to talk to him. When social networking site was not there, if I as a consumer had a grievance, I had to first find the website of the company, I had to find a phone number to call, I had to find an email address to send an email. Now I do nothing. I just go on the roof of the building and shout, I have a problem with this brand. And it is my expectation that the brand will find me. So the challenge for brands is you have to become completely ubiquitous, 24/7 by everywhere. That is where business and brands need to be now present. What is the socio-economic impact? And we saw something before, Professor Jagdish Shah talking about agricultural age and industrial age and digital age. Earlier, the kind of jobs we used to do was transformational in nature. There was raw material, and we used to convert the raw material into finished products. That gave rise to opportunities like carpenter, farmer, factory worker. Then the socio-economic impact jobs moved to transaction in nature. Like a teller in a bank, it's a transactional kind of a job. A cashier is a transactional kind of a job. Where now jobs are moving to very, very interaction and relationship driven. So from transformational to transaction to something very, very interaction driven. That is the kind of social economic impact it is going to happen. So we'll see more and more opportunities in sectors like investment banking, insurance, retail, salesperson. And social media is going to drive the growth of interaction-based economy. A person who can interact well, a person who can engage well, is the person, that's the kind of job opportunities that are going to get created. Facebook is the new search, So what has Google been known for? Giving you information. But it gives you lots and lots of information, completely unstructured. Imagine I'm looking for a new recruitment agency to hire somebody. I go to Google and type recruitment agency. I get whatever, 50,000 results, right? First 10 pages, you get lots and lots of links. You go to their websites, they all look the same. So Google gives me lot and lot of information, but completely unqualified and unstructured. I go to Facebook and put up the same query, looking for a recruitment agency. 5 of my friends respond back, saying, these are the 5 people we need to use. Okay, I go and talk to one of those guys, and my job is done. So do you see, searching for information no longer has dependency on Google. You will actually be looking for information from your network of people you know. So search will move from Google to a social networking site. That is where you will start going and looking for information. Google gives you tons of information, completely unstructured. Your social network or your community will give you information which is qualified and actually actionable. If Facebook is the new search, Twitter is the new news. Once upon a time, we used to depend on print for news, which shifted to television. We started depending on television for news. And now if you want to see latest something happening, it is really Twitter. All of us have become media. Even before a qualified journalist or a publisher can reach a location, somebody is already out there talking about an event. If some big event was to happen in Chennai at this very moment, you may not find it on television, but for all you know, you will find somebody on Twitter putting out a tweet or a picture of the event happening. You know, all of us must be aware when the US launched the attack to capture Osama, you know, there was somebody at 2 o'clock at night who put out a tweet in that remote place called Atobabad or whatever it was, saying, I am seeing helicopters land. Okay, no newspaper, no television channel had any clue what is happening, but somebody out there was creating news. So Twitter will be the new source of news for all of us in time to come. Democratization of brands is happening, you know. Earlier, money used to be an intimidating power for a brand. A brand could spend tons of money, buy all the television channel, print, holdings, and influence your buying decision. No more. In a world where consumers are connected to each other, you don't really care for brand communication. You know, BlackBerry can keep on showing as big ads as they want. When you want to buy a phone, you will go on your Facebook page, you will ask for opinion, and based on what your friends tell you, you will take a decision what you need to buy. So for the first time, we are seeing like a level playing field. You know, democratization of brands is happening. The power is shifted to the consumer. Consumer depends on consumers to get opinion. It is no longer important for you to have lots of money to build a brand. 20 years back, if you wanted to build a brand, you needed tons of money. A single print ad, television ad would cost a lot of money. 10 years back, you could start doing some kind of limited search and make it happen. Today, if your product is good, you can actually use word of mouth marketing, viral marketing, and get the messaging out, and get your consumers to start advocating your product or brand. Corporations will get redefined. You know, today we are used to thinking of corporations in terms of silos. There's a marketing department, there's a sales department, there's a branding department, there's a customer service department. We all work in silos. But imagine a customer goes and puts out a negative communication on a platform like Twitter, and very suddenly starts picking traction. It starts trending on Twitter, and the whole world is watching. Whose problem is this? Is it a sales problem? Is it a customer service problem? Is it a marketing problem? Is it a branding problem? For all you know, in 2 hours time, somebody will call up the CEO and want to know what is happening. So problems can no longer be seen in isolation. The way we have structured corporations so far, which has been very successful in the last century, will need to get redefined. Businesses will need to respond much more faster. If something happens on Monday evening at 5 o'clock, you cannot, on Friday evening at 5 o'clock, you cannot wait till Monday morning 10 o'clock to take a call. You have to respond immediately. So companies will need to restructure themselves so that they are far more agile in their ability to respond to whatever is happening in the market space. The role of a brand manager will change. You know, it will become the role of like a ATC controller. You know, ATC is like a air traffic controller. If you have seen an air traffic controller, if you go to their room, you see like one big screen, lots and lots of dots. You know, some green dots, some red dots, some dot going in this direction, some dot going in that direction. That is going to be the future CMO. That is what his screen will look like. And what are these dots? These dots are activities happening in different parts or in different geographies. There is some ATL activity happening in Chennai. There is some BTL activity happening in Delhi. There is some social media activity happening in USA. You know, different things happening at different places. And the green dots are where things are happening successfully. Red is where the challenge. And he will need to find a way how to keep converting those reds into greens and making it land smoothly. So from being a purely creative kind of a person, the CMO of the future will need to have creative and analytical abilities both put together. Gone are the days where you could say that of the 2 rupees I spent, which one made the difference, I don't know. That was a famous whatever Seth Godin statement. Saying of the 2 rupees I spent, I don't know which one worked. Today, because of data and analytics, every single rupee can be completely accounted for. So if businesses need to be successful in future, the marketing teams will need to have ability to understand data and manage that analytical data. Social advertising, advertising that talks to me based on my preference and based on my recommendation is what is going to work. The concept of one size fits all does not work anymore. Okay. Think of very recently Nano kind of relaunched itself, maybe a few months back, and then you see the ad of 4 youngsters going in a car somewhere for a drive. Now when you go back and start thinking, who are the people who could be potential buyers for Nano? So there could be a businessman in Gurgaon, very successful businessman, who wants to gift a car to his daughter. Whether he gifts a car or an iPad, maybe he gifts a Nano. There could be a guy who stays in Bhayandar in Bombay, who generally goes on scooter, and now he has got a promotion, so he wants to buy a car. It's just a matter of convenience for him. There could be a third person staying in a small city like Bhusawal, who wants to have a car parked in front of his house because he's the only guy in the area who can afford a car. If you look at these 3 people, they are buying the same product, but for 3 completely different reasons. Okay, one is buying out of affection, one is buying out of convenience, one is buying out of status. How can the same marketing message capture all the 3 emotions? Okay, today our method of creating marketing communication is build some story around a wife or a child, show the product window and give it a closing. That's how TV ads are built. But what will be required down the line is that every kind of communication, for every kind of TG, for every kind of emotion will need to be different. And if it can be mapped to my personality and to my friend's recommendation, that is actually going to enhance my possibility of buying that product. So we are going to be seeing a movement towards social advertising. Social CRM or social currency will become as important as the monetary value of a customer. In telecom companies, we are used to the concept of ARPU. Okay, what is the average realization per user? And they classify customers based on ARPU. People who spend 5,000 rupees per month are platinum customers. People who spend 2,000 rupees per month are gold customers. Everybody else comes in the cattle category. But imagine here is a customer who is a very low ARPU customer. But when you go on his Twitter handle, you find he has 50,000 followers. I mean, isn't he the guy you want to engage with properly? Don't you want to be sure that he advocates your brand well? So what you will do, you will actually go and tag this guy as a platinum customer. So for a consumer, I'm looking at both his monetary value as well as his social currency. If you have social currency, brands or business need to respect you as much as you are able to spend money. So if yesterday was all about spending money, today is money with social currency put together, which will be required. So brands need to understand the value of social currency. Knowledge management, for a number of years, businesses have tried to put structured processes in place to capture knowledge. Set up something like an intranet. Every day in the morning you must go and upload your presentation, documents, everything together. And it has never worked. Simply because as human beings we thrive in chaos. We do not thrive in systems. The universe was created out of chaos. We all work in chaos. Facebook is chaos. But within chaos we have the ability to form our own groups together and start engaging with each other. Structured systems, as human beings, we are not amenable to it. But as unstructured systems, we are extremely amenable. So now we have companies with internal platforms like a Chatter or a Yammer, which is like a private Facebook, where people are encouraged to start talking to each other. And when they start talking to each other, knowledge sharing starts happening, which could never happen before. Let me give you an example. There is this big brand retailer. Let's talk of Shoppers Stop, for example. Shoppers Stop opens a new shop in Chennai. When they open a shop in Chennai, the people who are actually at the ground level, they are experiencing lots of different kind of difficulties. You can't get the painter, you can't get the contractor, there is some issue with parking, some licenses have not come, some products have not come. There's a lot of work or experience or happening there. They are gaining a lot of experience. Next week, Shoppers Stop is going to open a new store in Delhi. Now, the guys in Chennai, by the time they open the store and prepare a report and send it to their manager, who will send it to his zonal manager, who will send it to the HOD of whatever marketing, who will send it to the Delhi manager, who will send it to the shop level, the new shop is already open. So the entire benefit that could have been got by learning from what people experience in Chennai is not available to people in Delhi. But if this whole organization was on an intranet like a Facebook, somebody from Chennai puts up an update saying we are having this kind of a problem. Think of it like a Facebook update coming in your feed. And if you are from Delhi, you will attach yourself to this update. You start following what is happening. So learning that happens in one part of the organization becomes available to another part almost in real time. This to me is exchange of knowledge or managing knowledge. Two teams in different parts of the world are working on exactly same kind of project or a client in a large company don't even know about it. But in a Facebook kind of universe where we all tend to, like people start liking each other and forming their own groups, you will see the same thing happen in an internal environment. So social network will actually become our knowledge management systems of the future. Two final thoughts. One is in terms of market segmentation. So for those of you who come from marketing or branding or media world, how do we segment the market? We segment based on demographics. We say age, income, stays in this area, maybe this stays in this area, maybe this. This was the traditional method of looking at a consumer profile. We are going to see a change from demographics to psychographics. The demographics tells you that a person with a certain income living in a certain area is likely to have a certain behavior, whereas a person living in another area with a different income is likely to have different behavior. But the fact is in both these islands, you could have people who have completely contrary behavior. Psychographic profiling is what you look for. Okay, what are the person's likes and interests? What does he do? What does he read? Where does he go? What happens? This is what social networking can offer you. So we'll see a complete shift of metrics from demographic profiling to psychographic profiling. As marketeers, we always wanted psychographic profiling. Because it was never available, we created these convenient brackets, by asking certain questions and bracketing people around that. But psychographic profiling using social network actually allows you to understand consumer behavior far more deeply and respond to that behavior. We were also going to see our social graph change, Loose connections can actually start creating more value for us. If you are on your Facebook page or Twitter handle, you will suddenly see some people who are there in your network who start coming and engaging with you. Maybe you have never met the guy. Maybe you are never great friends. But on Facebook you start building a relationship. Maybe this was a guy 20 years back in school who you never met again. It's a loose connection as far as the real world is concerned. But on a social network, this actually becomes a strong connection for you. So suddenly things that were loose connections can become strong connections, which helps to expand our graph, our social graph of influence. Also what social networking does, your past, present and future is all present at the same time, at the same place. Once upon a time, we could segregate school friends and college friends in a different category and people we work with in a different category and family in a different category. Now everybody is present on exactly the same line at the same place. So past, present, future, everything kind of catches on. If Web 1.0 made D equal to 0, distance was 0, what did Web 1.2 do? You could type any URL and you are immediately there. Okay, it brought physical distances to 0. What is Web 2.0 doing? It is making time equal to 0. Okay, so now it is D equal to 0, time equal to 0. Everything happens at the same place and everything happens at the same time. Fundamental impact on human behavior and the way it's going to impact. Protecting digital turf, Once upon a brand had to only look at .com, something.com. As long as I own that domain, I was absolutely okay. But now there are so many platforms. There is Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, Foursquare. So brand will need to find a way to get to all these places and start protecting its digital turf at all these locations, So again, a huge challenge in front of business and brands that we see. And social media listening, For the first time in the history of brandkind, we are actually able to listen to conversations happening among consumers in real time. Once we are on our Facebook pages or Twitter handles, after the initial hi, hellos and good morning, all our conversation is about brands. Which movie will you watch this Sunday? Movie is a brand. Where will you go for a vacation in December? The location is a brand. Narendra Modi is better than Rahul Gandhi. Both of these are brands. Which phone to buy? Which seminar to attend? Which college to go for? You are discussing brands and brands and brands. So if I am a brand manager for any of these brands, I really want to know what are people talking about my product, about my competitor. So for the first time in the history of brandkind, you are able to access in real time conversations. So brands will need to start investing in learning this art of listening to what people are talking on social networks. So these are broadly the thoughts I wanted to share of how I think Web 2.0 will influence human behavior. If there are any questions, we can take it up right now. Any questions? The only time you don't get questions when you follow everything or you follow nothing. Okay, thank you everyone. Thanks.
Any queries to sir? Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative speech. So we are moving on to session 2.
More demanding. 20 years back, if my teacher stood up and said something that was like the Brahma Vakya, that was the last thing. You never questioned it. Okay, today students have all the information even before a teacher has. So the teacher, when I put up something, it is really scary that these guys figure out something which is going to be vastly different. So it puts a lot of pressure on people who are on the teaching profession, for sure. I think fundamentally education will change. There was a concept of Guru Shishya Parampara. Somebody had to give you education. Now with Google, why does somebody need to give you education? You can get everything you want at your fingertip. So I think there is a fundamental shift we'll see in how learning happens. It may no longer be very strongly institution ordained. It may start becoming in a very collaborative kind of a fashion. So I would look at the impact at a more holistic level, saying how does it really impact my day-to-day life? I think education will change. The way we gain knowledge will change, because suddenly everything is available to you at a fingertip. That's like a fundamental shift in human behavior. Sorry, come again? Yeah.
That will create good news.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question. When you say create good news means what?
Good news about a product. Somebody, I want to start a business.
Correct.
I have a product.
Correct.
So without going into a person, is it possible to have some...
I think if you're looking at creating a new product and you want customers,
yes,
your customers are the best bet for you. It is not an agency.
I want
what is the power of social media? Can you get your existing customers to talk good about your products, which helps you get new customers? And that is the only social media strategy any brand requires. If you have customers, get them to talk good things about your product, so you get new customers. So your focus has to shift from getting somebody who will make the brand to actually finding a way to get your consumers to talk good things about you.
Then is it possible to have virtual consumers without face and other things to manipulate things?
Absolutely. I mean, good and bad is a part of human nature, right? Ram and Ravan live together. So you will see all kind of negative things happening also. Absolutely. Suddenly there are so many questions. There was a question, sir?
Sir, is there any possibility that companies will start manipulating the information about their product in the future?
Of course there is.
So
it's fundamental to human behavior, right? We are going to be trying to do all things that we are not supposed to do. And hopefully at the end, Ram wins over Ravan.
But this will, like, you are manipulating the choice of customer then.
No. So when you manipulate, that is where democracy comes at work, right? If you start manipulating, somebody will find out. And that guy will start talking about the manipulation happening. So really social and digital is democracy at work. Hopefully it drives us all in the right direction.
And one more thing, like, is digital marketing infringing the privacy of a customer?
Absolutely it is. There is so much data we leave behind all over the place. It's all available for somebody to use. So this is a reality of life. There is no going away from it. How much ever we shout that Google and Facebook should not capture that, they will capture our data, because that is their business model. So as a consumer, you need to be alert, saying what am I willing to leave behind, what am I not willing to leave behind. But as consumers, our life is completely mapped in the digital universe.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. There is no doubt we are a social media generation. It has emerged as a core component of today's digital world. The ocean of opportunities are enormous, but is also difficult to get deep into the ocean. With our experts here, I'm sure there's going to be much more insights about the opportunities across different sectors. Our second session is going to be a panel. The panel here is filled with young talent and experience. Mr. Rajiv Dhingra is a founder and CEO of Watt Consult, a digital media agency owned and promoted by Watt Media Private Limited. It is now a pan-India agency with 4 offices across major metropolitan cities in India. Starting at the age of 22, in a span of 7 years, Mr. Rajiv has worked with more than 100 clients across UK, US and India. He has built several successful social media campaigns for clients across B2B and B2C verticals. Welcome, sir. Being an expert on social media and campaign management, Ms. Bhairavi Rangarajan has handled various campaigns across different sectors. She is an expert in preparing content for each forum that would appeal to target audience and serve as an engagement point. Her areas of interest include SEO ranking, innovative methods to showcase content, and other practices for increasing viewership and website traffic. Welcome, ma'am. This speaker is going to be the moderator of the panel. I invite Mr. Saurav Jain, who's a young innovator and a budding entrepreneur with qualified masters in international marketing management from Leeds University and a proud alumnus of Loyola College, Chennai. He was a SEO executive and a freelance content writer at the age of 17. He was awarded the Best Market Research Presentation from Leeds University. Being recognized as the Best Social Media Agency of 2013, ECOM includes organizations like Bosch India, Apollo White Dental, Amarthanjan, Romco Systems, TicketGoose.com as a part of its client list. So over to Mr. Saurav Jain. He will take up the session.
Good afternoon, guys. We are so sorry that we are hijacking your lunch hour, but nevertheless we promise you an amazing session. The session is about opportunities in social media, and we have some amazing panelists with us who is going to delve deep into various opportunities in different sectors, in different industry sectors. So we have with us Rajiv Dhingra. So big round of applause for Rajiv. Rajiv is very popular in the social media space since quite a long. I think one of the youngest entrepreneurs of the country, one, and second, I think one who started social media agency quite early in India. One of the oldest agencies in the country. In fact, he live tweeted his own wedding, so which I also did in 2011. So if anyone here who is wedding planner? No one. If there's a wedding planner, so there's an opportunity for you that you can live tweet for bride or bridegroom who's very busy, but apparently he wasn't that busy that he was doing himself. We have Bhairavi with us, who's from Pune, and she is basically from Chennai, but she works with Bajaj Alliance, and then she's going to discuss opportunities in social media from insurance perspective, whereas Rajiv is going to give you overview from various sectors, and I shall be focusing on healthcare. So here is some rules for panelists as well as for the audience. Panelist is given about 13 minutes each to discuss their sector, and at the end, it's like a shipwreck. They have to tell us why is their sector much better than other sectors when it comes to opportunities, and you will be judging them. So it's like a voting, so please listen. Don't be like Indian citizen. Second, third, we have Bhairavi, who will be focusing on insurance sector, and I shall be focusing on healthcare. So 13 minutes for each panelist, including me, and then I'll be asking a few questions to them, and there are opportunities for you to create questions or ask questions And whoever asks questions, the first 3 people who will ask questions to us will get a copy of my first book called Social Media for Business. Are you guys with me? Perfect. So just give me 2 minutes. I'll get my presentation fixed. Can someone just help me? Okay, I'll start the session with a question to you guys. How many of you go to or visit google.com to get your queries solved when it comes to healthcare? If you have any problems related to your health, how many of you have visited google.com? Most of us these days do that. So, 1. Good. So, how many of you have been misguided? 1. You've been misguided. Anyone here who's been misguided because of google.com? This side? Quite a few of us. Perfect. Stephen, I am one of the case studies where I remember once I was searching for suffering from headache when I was in my first year of college, and then Google answered that you have a cancer. By giving me various symptoms which was associated closely with cancer. So basically when you try to search something on Google related to healthcare, specifically related to your illness, you might not just see the solution for that particular problem, but you will see a lot more. So I realized that this is one of those sectors that I would want to work, because a lot of people think that the source of information that is coming from Google is credible, which is not, because there's a process called search engine optimization where people work and try to bring their website on the top list of Google. So I also did a survey recently. The survey is still on, but as per the statistics, 85% of the doctors feel that patients have been misguided by Google, because either they come up with some medicine specifications themselves, or they take some medicines on their own, or they come up with some information which is not true, or the fact is not real. The fact also says that about these doctors, 95% of these doctors use social media. And the most popular amongst them is Facebook, because all of us are very active on Facebook than other social networking sites. But what is to look into here is that the industry is still not growing. The doctors are on social media. There's a lot of activities happening, but just that we did a research on about 40 hospitals in India, and we figured out that only 47% of these hospitals are active on social media, and the most popular social networking site amongst them was also Facebook. So when we see doctors are using social media, but the hospital brands are yet not that active. So there's a lot of opportunities as a student, a lot of opportunities for agencies to be in this sector, because a lot of people are misguided on Google, and if these healthcare brands take a chance to create or have a strategic approach to the content which is going on these social networking platforms, people will not be misguided, and there will be some credible source of information coming from these hospitals out there. So some great opportunities that healthcare sector can't miss on social media. Opportunity 1, listening opportunities. Harish was mentioning us a few minutes back that social media is a great platform for us to listen to what people are talking. So Apollo is one of our brands, Apollo White Dental, that we work with. If you notice, there's somebody who's tweeted saying dentist clinic is worst place to visit. He has not tweeted this to Apollo, and he's just generally tweeting it from his profile. But Apollo is listening to the word dentist or clinic or dentist clinic and is taking up conversation with him. So there is an opportunity for every brand out there to listen. The listening parameters can be on 4 different angles. It could be brand-based listening. It's called listening manual that we described for the keywords like Apollo, Apollo White Dental, Apollo White Dental sucks, Apollo White Dental is best. So we do research on such keywords to listen to what people are talking across the internet and try to solve the problem there. And that's one opportunity called online reputation management. Sector where we listen to competitors and try to pitch in. When somebody's trying to talk good about a competitor, we go and tell them to try our product as well or try our services too. Need or problem based. dental problem, teeth problem, toothache, XYZ, and opportunity-based listening, where the person is not suffering from problem, he's not directly a customer or he's not directly a patient, but he is there talking about something where we see an opportunity. Somebody is talking about smile, we see an opportunity where we can talk about smile makeover with him. So there are a lot of opportunities in terms of listening, creating awareness and education using social media, by creating their own communication channel on social networking sites like Facebook or LinkedIn pages, where they can share interesting information on a day-to-day basis in order to directly reach to those people and communicate with them directly. There's an opportunity for healthcare sector to create live chat where the patients can interact with doctor, consult them on board. So this is one of the examples where we are trying to create a live chat for Apollo Dental Care, where the patients are asked to come for a specific time on Facebook platform of theirs, and they can ask questions to this doctor who's on the back end trying to answer all the questions related to that particular problem out there. Innovation in communication. You never know what can go viral. So this is a great example of Dr. Ashley Mullamutil. He's become very popular in social media space in India because he has created his own Facebook page, has about 3 lakh plus fans, and he posts amazing videos of the operations that he do. So there was a video where he's trying to remove a worm from the eye, and that went viral with 20,000 plus shares and numerous likes out there. And he has been posting and educating by himself, contributing to social media, and bringing a lot of business to him as well. So there's an opportunity both ways here. The patients get benefited by the information, and the doctor gets benefited because people trust him more now. So it's a credibility and visibility building factor. For targeted reach and retargeting, in the morning, one of the speakers were talking about retargeting opportunities out here. So retargeting is a great example. Here's an example. If you see the kind of targeting that you can do on Facebook can go as niche as possible. You can target people who are talking about all the hair loss related concerns, and you can place your advertisements on their timeline only. So how many of you have seen Facebook ads on the right hand side or on your timeline? Facebook advertisements? Most of you. You should always see that those ads are actually catered at you, or basically when you visit a particular site, maybe you go to Flipkart or any of these channels, when you go back, these ads starts haunting you till you don't go there and click their website again. So, or click on the ads again. So that's one of the examples where this is a great opportunity for healthcare, where they can place specific content. When a person is visiting hair loss related page on my website, I place a hair loss tips related content on his timeline on Facebook. So there's a lot more opportunity for me to interact with him. For building a stock content network with credible information, as I was just saying that a lot of these information are misguided on Google. So how about creating your own channel? We all trust hospitals more, so how about taking information and applying in our daily lives? And last, it's a corporate social responsibility of every hospital brand out there to be on this platform and communicate with their customers or with their patients and talk about various awareness campaign, blood donation, and lot more, so that people stay educated. Even during the disasters, a lot of hospitals have taken responsibilities of communicating what needs to be done, who needs to be contacted, and they have taken tweets very seriously when it comes during disasters. So at the end, when it comes to shipwrecking, comparing with other brands or other industry sectors, I think healthcare, there's a lot of opportunities because doctors are not really marketing guys, and it's a great opportunity for marketers to educate these doctors about the various options that these brands have when they establish themselves on social media, one. And second, it is very important as a hospital brand to educate their patients and the mankind, so it is necessary for such brands to be on social media. So over to Rajiv now, and Rajiv will take over the session from here. Thank you.
I need someone to just help me. So, you must be thinking whether my wife was happy or upset that during our marriage I was tweeting. I put on a little bit of weight. I used to look much better. So she was quite happy that I was announcing to the world that I'm taken. So, I think it's an interesting thing that Saurabh mentioned. And now when I look back, it just shows how different people use social media differently. Let me just connect the laptop. Show a blank screen. Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. All right. So social media in different sectors. We work across, I think about, I've lost count, about 9-10 different sectors. So just restricting to one sector, I thought was, possibly difficult for me. So I've actually I'm going to try and show you 2-3 different segments, maybe 4, given the time. Any which way, my laptop battery is 23%, so it would take care of the 13 minutes in itself, right? I wanted to first start with a segment which is, the appliances segment or the consumer home appliances segment. Now, we work with Godrej Appliances, and I wanted to show a video to everyone. I have only videos to show which have voiceovers, so I'm just going to connect this audio stuff out here so that everybody can hear the case study. So this is how consumer appliances, Godrej Appliances makes washing machines, microwaves. They have 4 different products, right from food, taking care of your food, to clothes, to air conditioning, all of that. So how does that brand kind of use social media, and what does it use for? Please understand, this brand also, when it sells products, there's a lot of after sales also that happens. Because once you sell a microwave and a washing machine, the typical life of these appliances is anything between 3 to 5 years. If you're lucky, it's about 8 to 10 years. And within that duration, there are obviously service issues that crop up as well. So have a look at this video case study for the same. Audio, please.
We are Godrej Appliances, a household brand that has been a part of people's lives since over 50 years. In the digital space, we have been a part of people's timelines and walls since 2010. Over these 4 years, we've grown to a family of more than 1 million fans. No, this video is not about how we grew to 1 million, but about what we did after we grew to 1 million. We realized that we couldn't just keep talking about ourselves all the time. So we decided that our content should be happy and conversational, advisory, tactical and topical, and TG specific. We also realized that we couldn't keep talking all the time or at any time. So we analyzed when is it that our audiences love to hear about us and made sure we initiated a conversation at that time. This worked for us as our Facebook engagement was maintained and our fans kept interacting with us. We encouraged them to share their thoughts with us and celebrated them too. And then we decided to take this to an entirely new level. We started using Facebook as a social customer service tool. Customers did not need to go through the endless helpline numbers or wait on hold for never-ending minutes to be heard. All they needed to do was type out their complaints and message us on Facebook, and our team responded to them within 2 hours from Monday to Friday. Gradually, Facebook became not just an engagement platform, but a real customer service platform, which enabled us to not just understand our customers better, but also help us reach out to them in a faster and more efficient manner. We addressed about 2,000 complaints and solved 93% of them. That many happy customers. You may say this was good if you just had customers on your page. What about those who were just your fans? Did we manage to connect with them too? You bet. We launched a series of activations which helped us engage with all our fans. Some of these activities gave our fans excuses to get creative, some to get emotional. and patriotic. Some to get together with friends and some to get lucky. We gave our fans a preview to our new product launches and then further introduced pre-booking opportunities, which was a first in the appliances category, thus giving our Facebook fans first preference. What's more, on the occasion of Women's Day, we gifted all the women on our page a digital video commercial, specially dedicated to them, telling them how special they are. Was this approach successful? Our Facebook community continued to grow, and today we have a family of 1.7 million fans. We have an average of 7% of our fans conversing with us regularly. And over the year, we have managed to achieve an organic reach of over 8 million and a total reach of 140 million. So, in a nutshell, this is how we ensured that our 1.7 million Facebook family stayed together and stayed happy.
So as you can see, for an appliances brand, right from talking about the daily happenings of a consumer's life, whether that's Diwali, Holi, festivals, or giving them things that they can engage with, or just answering their questions, all of that becomes part and parcel of what social media can help you with. But this is obviously a product which is high engagement product. You use your microwave almost every day, washing machine every day, and hence largely there will be some issues, service issues that may come across, and you may come to Facebook and express yourself, and thereby it becomes useful for such a brand. How about we try and solve a bigger problem with Facebook for an industry that is largely not having that much talking points? So the next case study that I would like to show to you would be from an industry which is wanting to deal with a subject that was very, very boring. There are students here in school. Which was the most boring subject you had? Anybody? History? Anybody who liked or did not like chemistry? Chemistry wasn't the most interesting subject. Disliked or liked? Disliked, right? So here is a case study that I want to show you as to how a corporate brand found that a lot of people did not like chemistry and how it affected their business and how they use social media to bring about a change in that, right? So this is for Tata Chemicals. Let me just play this case study for you.
Chemistry, the most boring subject in the world. Tata Chemicals, one of the biggest chemical brands in the country, realized that more and more students opted out of choosing chemistry as a career option. Tata Chemicals observed this as a grave issue and took it as a challenge to change chemistry from boring to interesting. How do we engage with students over a subject they hate? We engage with them on the platform they love, the internet. We built the most engaging and fun website with more than 15 sections. This served as an information hub for chemistry enthusiasts. The Everyday Chemistry section features 245 articles on how chemistry is involved in a layman's life. The website also has the most personalized and innovative periodic table ever. We published more than 35 blogs written by leading scientists and professors of India. The website features more than 750 chemistry articles. This got us over 500,000 unique visitors, over 1.6 million page views. And then the website promotion was taken on Facebook. Content like Science Insight, humor, inspiring people, visually appealing content. We also celebrated important days with a touch of chemistry. After publishing more than 1,500 updates a year, we received over 200,000 interactions and the fan base grew by over 150,000 people. And that's how we made a boring subject like chemistry into a fun and exciting learning and favorable career option with the use of content over social media.
So I hope this resonated with the students and teachers in the room as to how a brand actually took upon itself to make a subject from boring to interesting purely with the use of digital and social media, right? So we've talked about a chemical brand, we've talked about an appliances brand. How essentially do clothing brands, which are essentially looking at sales, retail brands, in effect, look at this medium? And how do you even promote footfalls from online to offline? Real world impact, real world sales. So my next case study that I'm going to quickly show you is about that. It's for a brand which is called, or a collection of brands which is called Jack & Jones, Vero Moda and Only. These are 3 fashion brands. And this case study is about how they actually leverage social media to drive actual footfalls and real sales at the store level. Have a look.
Shopping goes social with Super Saturday. More than 60% of India's population is below 30 years of age, and young India loves to shop. There are loads of sales running all through the year. Super Saturday is a flat 60% off sale at Jack & Jones, Vero Moda and Only. Our challenge was to break the clutter, create a great consumer experience and drive footfalls at the store. What is the best way to converse with the youth? Talk to them in the language they understand best. We created a campaign with emoticons, animated video for YouTube, Facebook posts, tweets and even interactive outdoor hoardings. What next? We took it to platforms the youth practically lives on, WhatsApp and BBM. Our point of contact was a special phone number. The perks? Exclusive Super Saturday merchandise, jump the queue passes and awesome goodies. A look at the numbers. We now set our eyes on the consumer's sale day experience. We looked inwards and figured everybody loves Super Saturday, which meant a long ass queue outside the store. Solution? Privileged queue for our Facebook fans. Download a coupon via Facebook app and join the virtual queue. 4,000 plus coupon downloads.
So that were the business results, almost 58 lakhs in actual sales of people who downloaded the coupon and joined the Facebook queue outside the store. This was just one store.
3,000 redemptions. Great shopping experience delivered. Next challenge? Amplification. The solution? RFID. Integration with Facebook API meant each post shared by the users was a Facebook action, which led to 3,200 posts and 1.2 million Facebook users reached. We were literally the talk of the town. Total fan growth 80,000 people, 950 total follower growth and a campaign reach of 4.8 million people. And that's how we made a Saturday super for Jack & Jones, Vero Moda and Only.
So till now it still makes sense, because the youth is largely the audience that we are engaging with. But what if we were trying to engage a different kind of audience in a completely different kind of industry? An industry that was not even allowed to promote itself, in a more emphatic manner. The industry that I'm talking about is the pharma industry. So we spoke about healthcare and doctors, but another industry that social could be very interesting tool for in a much more engaging and different manner could be the pharma industry or the healthcare industry, which actually makes vaccines, and let's say, medicines and so on and so forth. But how does an industry which is not allowed to promote itself still leverage the power of community and social media? So I thought I'll show you this case study for a campaign that we ran for this brand. Have a look at how it engaged mothers and how it did so through a niche community on social media.
Flu, often referred to as common cold, is an underestimated disease in India. According to WHO estimates, the number of influenza-related deaths range between 2.5 and 5 lakhs per year. Few know and understand the infectious nature of this disease and its potentially life-threatening complications. Sanofi Pasteur is the world's #1 flu vaccine manufacturer. So Sanofi decided to build awareness about flu prevention and address the heartache a mother feels when she sees her precious little one suffering from a blocked nose. And thus, Mothers Against Flu was born, a Facebook community of mothers whom we reached out to in a simple, informative and engaging manner. Why Facebook, you'd ask? There's a rise of Digimons in India. Research states that 1 in 3 women today is on Facebook. Health and nutrition happen to be top interest areas for 91% of the women. And 51% moms trust other moms online even if they don't know them. Using the core values of protect, care, concern and help, we created a space on Facebook for mothers to voice their opinion via engaging activities. and we participated too by sharing content that was relevant and engaging. We even created a character called Mr. Fluey to help moms understand about flu in common ways. And we recognized those mothers who actively conversed with us. On our request, mothers invited over 6,000 other mothers from among their friends and family to the page. After all, sharing is caring, right? And over 12 months, we have today over 1 lakh mothers joining hands with us to fight flu. What's more, these mothers are now flu aware and informed on vaccines for flu and no longer refer to the common cold as common. And the doctor community also appreciated the non-promotional nature of this campaign and the use of social media to reach out to a large target group.
So that was another industry. I could go on and on. I have lots of case studies in front of me, but I'll try and stick to time. I think I've exhausted 10 minutes already. I would want my co-speakers to come here and speak and give more time to you for asking us questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rajiv. That was a wonderful presentation. We have Bhairavi with us now, so let's look at a complete different angle. So we'll look at some interesting sectors. Insurance, we always find it boring, and let's see how Bhairavi makes it interesting enough. Right?
Hello everyone, I hope you can see me. I think if I stand behind the podium that might be a bit of an issue. They have taken you across different sectors, and as Saurabh pointed out, insurance is a boring sector. Okay, there is no aspirational value. It's not an IP. Okay. So as I was saying, insurance is not an aspirational brand. It's not a Nike or a Jabong that you want to be associated with on social media. I mean, imagine, would you go on to Facebook and join a Bima company? Right? You wouldn't. So basically, there are a lot of opportunities on social media for the insurance sector, and that is what I'm going to be talking about. So these are briefly the topics that I'll try and cover today. First, why social media? This graph is explanatory. This is where most of the brands are on social media, and they are there for a reason. This is where varying users spend their time. Now, as you would all know, from personal experience, when you use your phone, about 2 or 3 common applications or programs that you tend to use. One would be WhatsApp, one would be maybe your email, and the third would probably be Facebook or Twitter. So that is where people are. I don't think I need to say more on this, right? We have never seen an election campaign which was so heavily oriented with the use of social media. I mean, that actually influenced people's opinion, and it reached out to more people than it could have otherwise. Now, since I'm from marketing, I'm going to bore you a bit with this boring, customer journey, digital customer journey. Now, these are the basic sects that customers come across in their whole online transaction. There's the awareness, consideration, but there's also something new called preference building. What is preference building? Say you go to a hotel, you order soft drink. You ask the waiter to get you a soft drink. He asks you whether you want Pepsi, Coke or Limca. You choose Coke. Now, why Coke? Everything is a soft drink, right? There is some reason because of which you have some preference for that particular brand. And that is where social media plays a very important role. It helps in awareness, preference and talk to a much greater extent. Now, this is just a simple way of the different objectives based on which you can use social media, especially in insurance. Increasing exposure. Instead of your boring talks on insurance articles, create videos, create graphics. Use what people are talking about you. Use testimonials to influence people's opinion. A lot of questions that generally brands have are basically how to get people onto your website. Now, insurance is not even something that we interact with or think about on a daily basis. You know, it's a once in a year kind of a thing. It's not even a once in a month thing. So getting people to interact with an insurance company brand is quite difficult. All of this gets answered via social media. Just some of the questions: how do you reach your target audience? How do you start at them young? How do you start early? You get a lot of target audience that you can aim at. You can run parallel campaigns, targeting two different sectors of people, because you can go that deep down and identify the people that you want to interact with. On Facebook, these are the things that a brand can generally do. One is you post offers. You get people to know what you're offering them. Provide call to action links on your blog posts and articles. So call to action is basically, it could be anything. Maybe your objective is not to get someone to buy something. You just want them to come over and read another article on that topic. So make it clear. What do you want the person to do at the end of reading that particular interaction with you? Post external content. I mean, let's not keep talking about yourself all the time. Show some interesting infographics. Invest in a good designer, so he or she can create a lot of good images for you. And interact with fans. Don't just be a one-way communication mode. If somebody is talking back to you, responding, even if it is positive appreciation, you can thank them back. So the first opportunity how social media can help a brand is in search engine optimization. Now, I'm sure most of you know, but I'll just take a moment to summarize it. Search engine optimization is basically the different ways via which if somebody is going to go on a search engine like Google and search for you, where does your website link in the first search results on the first page? Now, how can social media help? Among the different factors that play a key role in determining the search ranking of a website, a major portion, approximately 8%, goes out to social media. So what all you can do is invest in content, right? Get people to come and interact with you by writing about stuff that they might want to read. It might be advisory, it might be fun, it might be topical, but make sure you have content on your website. Second is make it shareable. Someone comes over, reads your article. What if they like it so much they want to share it? So create widgets, allow them to share it on their social media profiles. Not only do you get free publicity for your work, you also ensure that it reaches out to a lot of people. Provide social talk features, allow people to talk with you on social networks. If people have enjoyed the purchase process with you, allow them to tweet about it. Let them talk about it. Give them, wherever possible, throw in social plugins, let them talk. Next is use images and video. For an industry that is not a lot of fun, videos and images are the way to go. Just content and typical text is not really fun. Next is social recommendation. You have a lot of people who interact with you on your social media pages and they talk positive about you. Maybe it's just because they played a contest, doesn't matter. They are your ambassadors. That is your testimony, your brand testimony. Use it, let other people know this is what people are talking about. Second is leads and revenue generation, the breadwinner for any company. One is it provides you a lot of, like I said, targeted approach to defining whom you want to serve as your ads. We'll get to that a bit later. You can customize your messages, a lot of things. You can share offers and provide tools. It could be something like allowing your customers to just create a quotation and email it to themselves. And drive traffic to your website. Whenever possible, whenever you're talking about something that you are offering, make sure you provide a link that via which people can come back to your website. Don't leave your message empty. So this is how Twitter is generally used by companies, right? So you can tweet about your offers, you can give people a page that they can come to read more about it, and you can have conversation buckets using relevant hashtags. The best part about this, about hashtags, is that you get the audience who is interested in that topic. Again on Facebook, call for action buttons, as in basically after an ad or any kind of communication, you have to tell them what you want them to do after reading that. It could be something like learn more, buy now, register here, anything. There is remarketing. You no longer have to wait for your customer to go onto the Google browser or some other website to retarget him. You can actually retarget your customer on Facebook, where he's probably there for most of the time. Second is custom audiences. There's also a new method wherein, let's say you already have an existing set of customers or existing set of members, and you want to target only them for a particular campaign or some kind of a communication. So you can do that if you have their Facebook IDs or their email IDs mapped to their Facebook IDs. You can ensure that your ad is targeted only towards them. Next is online sentiment. This is something I think everyone who has a social media account grapples with. Is basically, what do you do when people come and start talking about you on your page? You have created a page, you have told them come interact with us. What do you do when there's negative publicity? Now you'll find there are different ways in which some companies handle it. Some companies just directly delete it. Okay, they're going to ignore you. They're going to pretend you didn't even come and write to them, while they keep saying come and interact with us. And you have companies such as, say, Nike, which has a separate Twitter handle just to handle customer queries. So the best way to go about it is to actually respond to them. You cannot ignore them, but what you can do while others do see the negative publicity or people complaining about you is when you respond, you're also letting others know that you as a brand take it seriously, and you also actually ensure that you get it resolved. And trust me, in online space, a positive recommendation will go a long way. I mean, from experience, I can tell you, since we've been handling this sector for this area for our company, a customer who is happy for you to have got his query resolved on social media will even go out of his way to promote you. We've also had customers who have come back at the time of the renewal and contacted us via social media simply because we resolved the query during the previous year when they had come to us. So use it, and you can get a lot of testimonials from this. Queries that you get answered, people appreciating you, use it as snapshots, share it with everyone. The second part of online sentiment is it gives you a lot of insight. It can tell you what it is that people are talking the most about you. You can figure out whether there's more positive sentiment, negative sentiment, and you can decide what you want to do about it. For instance, what we do at Bajaj Allianz is we use the conversations that are most often a source of complaint or query, and we create content out of it. So we use it, either you create a set of FAQs or an entirely new article so that the recurrence of that nature of complaint reduces. We also have Google Plus Hangout, where the CEO himself comes, we get a panel of experts, we take live questions via Twitter, and we get them answered. So this is something that is good to start a discussion forum. You also address the source of query, and people know that you're being open about it. The next best thing, and this is the last point, for people who are getting started, for brands getting started on social media, the best thing you can do is first is involve your employees and channel partners, right? If they are not going to be passionate about your brand, if they are not going to be passionate about you being on social media, don't expect others to feel that way. You have to get them to participate and drive your channel. Next is use every possible means to involve people about your social media channels. Okay, so you have a Facebook page, you have a Twitter handle, you have great videos on YouTube. How many people know about it? You're running campaigns on those, but how many people know about it? The best way to do is mention it on your website, in your newsletters, in the email signature you have. I mean, we've even gone so far as to include it in our visiting card. So, you can be as shameless about it as you want. So, but you have to make sure that people out there know you're there on social media. Next is get your company's top management involved. If you can do this, you're golden, right? The top management is this whole pool of expertise and knowledge panel, and getting content out of them, getting them to talk about something, do a live chat with people will lend your brand a lot of credibility, because it's coming straight from the expert. You can address a topic as simple as say for in college probably an admission process or the best kind of course to select. You can have a panel of experts who are actually taking in live queries and addressing it. In insurance, we do it on a lot of insurance related topics, such as what to do when you have a claim or how to choose a health insurance policy. So use your company's top management. You have the credibility out there. Utilize it. You can also do customer specific campaigns. Basically, what happens on social media is the campaigns that are run are for everyone and everyone to participate, right? Because you're not very choosy that only customers need to come on my social media. You want as many people as you can. So, but also drive customer specific campaigns. Have something exclusively for customers to make them feel special. And next is create ambassadors from your pool of people. Now, this could be someone maybe who interacts with you the most on your social forum. Maybe every contest you play, every contest you run, this person is always there playing. It's okay, make him a judge in your next contest, right? Make him one of the judges. Or you can use your own employees who are more enthusiastic. Use your channel partners, use your top management, your colleagues. Create ambassadors from your pool who will further the cause of the social media stuff. For industries that do not have a natural charm to it, where people do not flock to your Facebook or Twitter handle, these are the best ways to get yourself known out there and then increase the interaction. So this is basically it. So I hope we give you enough time for lunch and questions.
Thank you so much, Bhairavi. So there's a quick question for the audience here. So how many of you think, you have to raise your hands honestly, how many of you think healthcare sector has more opportunities? Quite a few. How many of you think Rajiv Dingra's videos and the sectors that he showcased has more opportunities? Everyone? Perfect. How many of you think Bhairavi has more opportunity? Quite a less. Perfect. So if you think there are more opportunities in Rajiv Dingra's sectors or the sectors that he works in, please apply for a job there. Perfect. All right. So there are a few questions for the panel here. One quick question, because we have quite a few students. How many students we have with us? Oh my God. Lot of them. So there's a quick question for you guys. What are the various career opportunities when it comes to social media? I'm talking from an agency perspective and also from an organization's perspective. So do marketing students see that there is a good scope to get into social media as an industry? So we'll start with you, Bhairavi.
All right. So for those of you who feel you're doing your MBA or business, kind of degree, there is a lot of opportunity at the brand side, that is at the company's end as well. Because when you are in a digital marketing unit, you need to also strategize and decide what the goals are. What is it that you want out of having a social media activity? And even within the digital marketing team, there are different opportunities. You could either choose something technical like search engine optimization, search ranking, doing online product campaigns perhaps, or driving social media, purely social media campaigns. So there's a lot of scope out there and there's a lot of growth, and because this is one field which is constantly changing, there's something new in it every day. Probably what you hear from us now, 2 years later, we'll be saying something different. So there's a lot for here for self-improvement and learning. So it's always going to be challenging.
Your views on the same?
So one is on the brand side. My firm belief is that earlier CMOs, Chief Marketing Officers, used to come from the sales side. So you become a sales head and you have a higher chance of becoming a CMO. My firm belief is that going forward, the digital heads or the Chief Digital Officer will become the CMO. And the reason for that is that a lot of what can be sold online is already being sold, and things that we never thought could be sold online, including vegetables, is now being sold, right? So I think the digital distribution and digital marketing, understanding that and capturing that, which includes mobile in a big way, would be one of the largest problems a Chief Marketing Officer will be faced. And hence, Chief Digital Officers or digital officers becoming CMOs would be the natural progression, which gives the point why you should be looking at social media on the brand side. On the agency side, I think there are 2-3 key areas. If you can work on that, whoever are software engineers out here in the room, technology innovators are the need of the hour. I mean, if you can think technology and connect it for for brand purpose or for communication purpose, you are very valuable on the agency side. Data scientists are very valuable. Data scientists as in people who love excels, understand data and can build insight from data. I think those are people who have a great future in social and digital marketing. And lastly, but not the least, creative conversationalists. People who can not only create campaigns, but conversations for brands on the fly, but not be boring, be creative. People who play with words, those people have a great future on social media. Yeah.
Thank you. Since we're running short of time, I'll keep my questions. I'll not ask more questions from my side, but I'll leave it to audience now. So the first 3 people who'll ask question will get a copy of a lot of opportunities here now. So,
the
yes,
first
sir.
question, Saurav, see, you said Dr. Google is misguiding in healthcare, but even to find out, a simple thing, we need to Google.
Right.
Right. So, how do you suggest? Don't you want to use Google, or you want to use Google? How do you want to do
You
it?
should use Google for sure, but not for your healthcare related concerns. So don't go and say that you're suffering from headache to Google. You should rather go to doctor and say that. So that's where I was trying to pinpoint that do not, so there are some credible source of information on internet which you definitely can access to, but not on all, should not trust every information that is coming on top list of Google. So that is what I was trying to convey. So Dr. Google is not always right, and it might just misguide you. And I have seen a lot of case studies in this case, especially where I have seen people have been depressed about what they actually read on Google is inappropriate when it comes to healthcare related activity. Yeah?
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's a book for you, sir. So can someone please pass on one of the students?
Primarily gives you information on all areas, but don't you think that, like what you rightly said, probably you have to go to a medical doctor for the proper diagnosis, or for even some other product, you should check up with the person who is an expert in that area. And today's consumer, I think, is very market savvy. He tries to get information from various sources before he takes a call on the buying decision. Thank you.
So your question is, I didn't get your question, sir.
I don't think people are misguided by information on
No, I'm not saying all the information.
digital media.
I'm not saying all the information. I was just representing healthcare sector. So I was just giving my opinion on healthcare sector. So there was a research here where I was showcasing you that 85% of the doctors feel that the patients are misguided by Google. So this was a survey done among 110 doctors, and they all feel this. So this is just an healthcare oriented activity. Of course, we all take decisions. We research on Google and then we come up to conclusion, like how Harish was talking about TripAdvisor before we check out hotels. So
No,
that's
even
perfectly okay.
see,
Yeah.
even in healthcare, people, for example, hypertension. Somebody elder in the family suffers from that. You can go through Google and try to find out what are the different kinds of drugs which are commonly used for hypertension. And then probably you meet your doctor, you could check up with him which is most suited for the patient. I think that sort of thing is being done in a big
If
way
you're still
now.
consulting doctor, then it's good. But if you're taking a decision that this is a drug that you want to take, it's not appropriate.
That is true. Thank you.
So, any other questions? Yeah, so there's a question. We'll take a question from you first, yes.
My name is Vishnu.
One.
I'm a second year MBA student.
Hi.
I think first of all your survey doesn't cover the entire health sector as a whole.
Right.
So I think that when you take a country like America where there is Pharm D students, where sir was asking for, they are the people who actually tell what kind of medicines the patient is supposed to have after doing their profile check. So that is for sir, like that. My question is that in the healthcare sector, even to you sir, who was talking about pharma sector also, the price for the drugs is changing like day by day. So how effective is social media in promoting drugs? Like for companies, the core competency may be in drugs, which is in cardiac, diabetic section, psychiatry, or medicines like that, where the price is being changed, and they are not OTC drugs as well.
So anything that's not OTC, pharma companies are not allowed to promote it. If you saw my case study, it was about talking about how keep making people flu aware and not really peddling flu vaccines.
No, but I have not completed my question.
Go on, sorry.
The question was that the maximum revenue earnings they get may not be actually from OTC. That differs from company to company. So how effective will social media marketing be when you take a company like say Eli Lilly, who's doing most of insulin? So they cannot, I don't know how effectively they can do a social media marketing by like how you did some sort of campaign like on diabetes, something like that. So how effective will it be?
So the way I look at it is they don't, if it is not an OTC drug, if it's a prescription drug, in any case, the pharma companies have limited options in terms of awareness or promotion. What social media gives them an opportunity is to create a community out of people with a similar need. For example, diabetes. Diabetes is a lifelong ailment, and people suffering from diabetes goes through cycles of emotional and physical well-being, right? And a pharma company can create communities around these where diabetics help other diabetics. What does this do? This, in a sense, may not have a direct straight line correlation of so many people in my community and so many sales of my insulin product. You are right. From an effectiveness standpoint, you can't make a straight line. But from a pharma company standpoint, it builds brand resonance, saying that this community is, what you call supported by XYZ pharma company, makes you feel emotionally and psychologically positive about that brand. So when you go out in the market to your diabetic expert and he suggests a brand, right, you say, what about this brand? I think they also have some products, even without knowing whether they have products or no, because you've been part of that community, you did your online research. See, such kind of psychological influence cannot be proven in hard numbers. But just tell me, if you see an ad, just the way, just today morning, one of the speakers says, "Dar ke aage," and all of us says, "Jeet hai," right? How repetitive, frequent consumption of one communication makes you remember it. In the same way, repetitive, frequent consumption of one community or participation in a community with that consumption would make you remember certain brand and its attributes. And that's what pharma companies would be after, and that has longer term effectiveness in my mind rather than shorter term quarter to quarter sales effectiveness.
I think perfectly answered, so I don't want to add something more here, but just one line saying, yes, there's no direct marketing here. You can't say that insulin is sold out using social media, but you create your brand recognition using social media by creating smaller communities discussing such topics that you have interest in or you have a product as a solution. Yeah, so a book for you too. So if you want to pick it later, you can. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Sir, this Apollo White.
Just 1 minute, sir. There is a lady here who was supposed to ask a question, so please.
If I am a business or a service firm, even in a college like us, should I do the social media campaign on my own or should I go for expert consultants? What are the problems and how expensive is it?
For your firm, I didn't get which firm are you talking about?
We are a college education, but should we do it on our own or should we go in for expert consulting?
I think you should take expert consulting to set your base right, and then you can either use them to educate you or to train you to handle it on your own, because there are some training firms and educational firms which helps you in learning these tactics. You can do that, and it's better done in-house than outsourcing. The end of the day, every brand will start having social media marketing experts in-house than outsourcing all the time. So there'll be some needs which you would want to outsource, like creation of videos, creation of infographics, so some great creatives out there. But in the nutshell, the news that you will be providing from your own, from the inside the organization, would be quick than you giving it to an agency promoting it will just delay the process. So it's better if you do it in-house. So I'll just open this question again to panel. How about the costing and stuff, Raj, if you want to discuss?
If you have a group of students who are enthusiastic, eager to learn, and you can manage the college brand along with them while keeping some top level of monitoring in-house, there's nothing better than that. An external agency is never going to be able to match, with all due respect to all agencies including mine, never be able to match the passion that internal students bring for your institute. Right? My learning is that it typically takes me at least a year to start believing in a brand, whatever brand it might be. 2 years to start coming up with engaging ideas for it, and 3 years to be convinced that I know what I'm doing for a brand. And that's for all brand managers also, right? So if you have students who've been in your institute for 2 years, and they know the institute inside out, and if they are enthusiastic, and some of them I'm pretty sure given their age and the amount they use this platform would be enthusiastic about the platform as well, there's nothing better than that. Having said that, we handle 2 top institutes in the country as clients, right? And different institutes for different reasons would go for expert agency advice, right? So it really depends on what you are looking at and what you want to achieve, right? But that would be my feedback.
Thanks. I just want to add here, I was working closely with MOP Vaishnav College. So we started a social media club there. And the social media club's activity works like this, that the club initial members are trained and they are taking forward for 3 years. So they will be doing the activities for 3 continuous years, and then they are supposed to transfer it to the new members who are the first year students. And again, they educate them, or there is an external person who's educating them. So that's a routine that they do. Because you need to form a team for this. It can't be, there should be a team who's handling the key pages, key channels, and there should be a set guidelines on what a student cannot do on a social networking site, what they should not be sharing, what they should be doing, so that the students are also aware about the information that they will be getting through only social media channels out there. Yeah. So last question from you. Yes.
Sir, in this Apollo White program,
yeah,
you might have had some negative comments.
Right.
Is there a possibility of all these people who are not satisfied? It is impossible to satisfy 100% of the population. Right. So is there possibility for all of these people to join together and form a class action? That is, you want to sue somebody. Is there a chance?
We have not faced any such issue as of now, one. Second, but then, yes, when there are negative concerns on a social media platforms, as a brand, it's our responsibility to take that concern. We usually take it offline instead of discussing and chatting with the person online in front of the entire world. We try to take their phone number and talk to them and try to figure out what the problem is. But yes, there are chances that they might mob together, and if they do, then brand need to find a solution. But however, there are legal ways to even solve that situation out. So if there are already documents that they have signed and they have agreed to some statements and they are disagreeing later, then there are chances that there are some people who do it fake, from a fake perspective. I have not come across any such experience as such. In a case study perspective, have you come across any insurance-based case study like that? I'm sure there might be many.
You would have aggrieved customers or people who are not happy. You also have customers who create a Facebook page simply to put your brand down. That happens. So the best thing you can do is, one, make sure that you are reaching out to that person and letting them know that you want to resolve it. Ask them for the details. If someone is just not going to be responsive, then you have a right to, either not speak to them, ask them, give them a final deadline, tell them that, we are really keen on resolving this and we look forward to having your details. Please contact us out here. You can make it clear that without the details, there's nothing much you can do. And it's there for everyone to see. So that is fine.
Raj, you want to add the point?
So if there is a problem in your business, social media cannot solve it, right? I mean, if you have dirt in your house, by putting it under the carpet, it won't disappear. It stays there. So you need to clean it up. Now, that's a business problem. It's not a social media problem. If there are 100 customers who mob together on your community page, there's something seriously wrong you're doing, because they are so irate that they are leaving whatever important thing that they are doing in their lives to earn livelihood and come to your community page, spend hours out there with each other, 100, 200 of them, and talk negative. Either that's one scenario, or your competitor has put 100 people to pull you down. In either case, you should be glad, because one is telling you a business problem, the other is telling you that your competitor has nothing better to do. Remember the earlier session? There is no competition, right? So if the competition is trying to do that, rest assured you are winning that game, right? So that's my answer.
So I'll just end up with one. So social media is a great opportunity as long as your organization is very transparent and honest. And as Rajiv rightly pointed out, if there's a problem with your business itself, then social media, you definitely will see that problem coming with social media channels as well. So those definitely customers will bash you out there, and you might end up only finding solutions and then end up not being on social media. However, I think it was great hosting Bhairavi and Rajiv and the audience here. We are available after the session as well during the lunch hour, and look forward to see you there. So thank you so much for being a wonderful audience.
Thank you, Mr. Rajiv, Ms. Bhairavi, and Ms. Saurav Jain for the wonderful session. That was a lot of information in a very short period of time. So now we'll break for lunch and be back for session 3. Apologies for session 3 getting delayed. We'll be quickly back after lunch for session 3. In about 30 minutes. Thank you. A kind request. I request all the delegates to please settle down. We will be starting our next session in a few minutes. Kind attention, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting with our last session for the day. Welcome back. Today's top companies are marching towards the power of business intelligence in new and exciting ways. Marketers are incorporating data into their decision-making process to earn the level of effectiveness, optimize return of investment, and ultimately gain a competitive edge in the market. For our session 3, we have two powerful speakers with us to speak on online marketing analytics and return of investment. Mr. Shyam Shekhar is a global business leader and entrepreneur with a passion to succeed against all odds. He is an expert in business, marketing and sales strategies in IT, ITES and KPO domains. He has been successful in customer-facing business roles and a catalyst leader in building high-performance team. I kindly request Mr. Shyam Shekhar to moderate the session. Our second speaker is Mr. Rob Peck. He is a Director Client Services of O3M Directional Marketing Private Limited. During the Great Recession of 2008 and 2009, Rob looked for other industries where he could apply his skill set. He was connected with the founder of O3M Directional Marketing, a growing full-service digital advertising agency based in Chennai. Rob was brought on as Director of Client Services. I request Mr. Rob Peck to join the panel on the dais. Over to Mr. Shyam Shekhar.
Very good afternoon, everyone. I think the lunch was good, so probably we will make this session a little more interesting. Not a great time to have a session after lunch, but we would try to make it as exciting as possible. And at the first place, I would like to make a very special mention, special note. I think it's been a wonderful initiative. This is the first time a digital marketing conclave is happening in Chennai in a good way, in a big way. And I would like to say special thanks to Dr. Xavier from VAT and Vijay-san from Think Media. I just briefly had a word with him and I told him I appreciate it. It's a great initiative. I think we should sustain this year on year. Thank you, sir, once again. Thanks for the opportunity presented. Without taking too much time, let me jump in straight. Morning sessions, we had listened to excellent speakers who touched upon social media, the online presence, etc., etc. This session, we will touch upon the crux of online marketing, the analytics, and ROI. I have with me my friend Rob from O3M, and I would request him to go first in sharing some of the insights and experiences on the online marketing front. Then I will try to touch upon the analytics subsequently. Rob, over to you.
Vanakkam Chennai. First of all, thank you for having me. I love seeing the mix of students and professionals in the room. To the students, I hope you get imparted with the fact that online marketing is not all fun and games. To the professionals, I hope you realize in online marketing you should have more fun and play more games. So a little something for everyone. I think there couldn't be a better place for this topic. When I'm in Chennai, I'm just continually impressed by the level of enthusiasm, inspired work, and ability that's found here. I mean, there's so many interesting startups. There's mature businesses, these legacy 100-year-old businesses finally getting online, and a little bit of everything in between. So it really is just a joy to get that opportunity to work with so many business owners and decision makers here in Chennai, dedicated to getting the most out of online. Some of these are building that first landing page, getting their first location on Google Maps, and these sort of things. For others, it's visionary managers within mature companies finally winning that battle, where they're able to get a meaningful online marketing budget for that company for the first time. And I mean, we're just not thankful enough for that, because these are people really putting their careers online, where you have these traditional companies spending a massive amount on our hoardings and bus backs and all of these things, and often these MDs don't get the online realm. And so the marketing manager is fighting that fight for us. We're just so grateful for. Looking over the client list in Chennai always brings a smile to my face. On the one end, we have the sort of companies like Cavan Care, DLF, sort of these major players. And then on the other side, some of the clients I'm most proud of would be, we have a water damaged cell phone repair kiosk in Nungambakkam, who's advertising on Google. We have a mosquito net guy who he started out going door to door selling his mosquito net services, built him a little Shopify store, and now he's selling them online, and we're promoting it. It's just so great to see everything in between. Just quickly, the thank yous. I'd like to thank VIT University, Think Media, Ansari, Shyam, sponsors, esteemed delegates, attendees, everyone else involved in putting this event together. Most importantly, I'd like to thank the students. I hope we provide you with an opportunity to grow during this. So yeah, as Shyam mentioned, my name's Rob Peck. I am Director of Client Services at O3M. We are a digital advertising company and a Google Premier SME partner. What's interesting to us is we get to focus on both the BPO work as well as the direct clients. On the BPO side, we're managing about 1.5 lakh campaigns all around the world. And then here in Chennai, we have about 350 clients. While a lot of that BPO work pays the bills, frankly, the long-term prospects are just so much more interesting for the direct SMEs here in Chennai and throughout the South and throughout all of India. So yeah, what I like there is on the BPO side, we get the opportunity to see what programs people are running. These are online directories, US agencies, technology companies, seeing how they approach online marketing. And then likewise, we're on the ground floor here in India, seeing how our clients approach online marketing. And you know, all businesses have unique goals, so it's very important to listen to them and develop a suitable solution. So the topic is online marketing, analytics, ROI. I think that's a very logical trio of factors to have. One way to look at this is if we didn't have the online marketing, we wouldn't need the analytics. If we didn't have the analytics, we can't measure the ROI of the online marketing. And of course, if the ROI isn't right, they fire us, and we don't need the analytics because we're not doing the online marketing initiative at all. So first, with regards to those analytics tools, I think we need to look at why we need them in the first place. I think there's different uses depending on whether you're on the marketer side or the business logic side. For marketers, certainly we know these analytics tools provide us the ability and the opportunity to optimize our campaigns, provide clients with meaningful data, and essentially just give us the information we need to earn our clients money or leads or brand or whatever their goal is. For the businesses, I think they need to step it up in learning and understanding these analytics tools. Online marketing provides a unique level of ethics and transparency where business owners can see these reports, keep their marketers honest, and ultimately the best thing is make informed decisions on a data-driven approach. We can get rid of a lot of the guesswork and sort of intuition. Now that's interesting because I feel digital is held to a much, much higher standard. Again, on some of our higher spend clients, you know, the marketing manager we're working with, he knows the cost per click, he knows the cost per conversion, bounce rate, all these different metrics in the campaigns we're working with him on. But at the same time, they're spending more on bus backs and hoardings and these sorts of things that provide very limited insight into the results of the campaign. They're doing it because it's legacy marketing, and they've always done it, and it's scary to leave a marketing channel. But I mean, that's why we don't sell against these offline or these traditional marketing. We like to sell with them Let's see online marketing as a new venue, as an enhancement. Now, don't tell anyone, but ultimately, of course, I want at least half of the online marketing, half of the marketing budget to go to online. But I understand it is an approach that we need to work our way up to. So yeah, these same guys, bus backs, hoardings, all these things, and then certainly the only thing that can really be measured is it there or is it not there? Maybe some estimation of how many people walk by it each day or driving behind the bus each day. For us, yeah, we're giving them cost per click, what placements their sites are on, best performing keywords and ads, all of these sort of things, and then ultimately how it filters down into tangible business results. Now, what those results are depends on the client. And also their ability to track within their organization. For instance, if we have an e-commerce client, we can use our parameter tracking so we know which product sold which campaign, which keyword, all of these different things. Lead generation, for whether it's university enrollments or professional services or anything in between, that's a little more tricky for us. We see a lead come in and that's good. But then it becomes the responsibility of the client to let us know, is that lead converting? Is it a good quality lead? Is it just a child filling out the form? And the more we can work with the clients to close that information loop, essentially the more meaningful work we can do and the better these campaigns can get. Now, I think there are a few different approaches I've seen people take to online marketing analytics and ultimately how it trickles down to ROI. I've identified these as not trying and failing, trying and succeeding, and building a platform where you can not only track your current data, but work in a manner where you can actually forecast what comes next tomorrow, next quarter, next year. Now, often the difference between trying and failing and trying and succeeding are company buy-in. If we have clients who are not replying to the leads that we're generating in a timely manner, or if they're forgetting about them, or they're not entering it back into their CRM, that leaves us a little blind. So my ask to the business professionals are do help your online marketer help you. There's a few possible setups with regards to measuring the performance of your online campaign and ultimately how it filters into ROI. First one we're all familiar with, guessing. You run a campaign. Do you seem busier, less busy, or the same? Not to knock it, but we can certainly go a little more in depth than that. Show of hands, who's comfortable in Google Analytics in the room? Anyone? Okay, great. Few hands. That's that very good next step where you can measure the performance of what's going on. You're probably familiar with your clicks, your cost, your conversion rate, your bounce rate, these sort of things. I found that's sort of level, let's say level 2 out of 4. That's fantastic. Beginning to get online and understanding. Next up would be UTM. Next up would be a serious company commitment where the online marketing endeavors aren't happening on their own. One thing I've actually seen a lot of clients do on their own in Chennai that I love to see is, when you click a paid search ad, you'll see, www.o3mdm.in/UTM ? And then a whole bunch of stuff. So what that is that's UTM tracking, where you're telling your Google Analytics where something is coming from. So certainly for our paid search, paid display, social campaigns, we use that very heavily. But I was just amazed and so pleasantly surprised. One of my small clients in Chennai, he actually, in his email signature, he has his website link, and he used UTM tracking there. And this is a guy who was doing nothing in online 6 months ago. And now he's not only tracking our campaigns, he's taking that baton and running with it. And now he's able to prove to his seniors, no, look in the Google Analytics. I sent an email that led to that sign up. And then once we have that level of tracking, we can get into the sales funnel, connect it to the CRM, and really be able to measure revenue in a meaningful manner and hopefully get to forecast that. One thing that gets lost in these conversations is my favorite is still just asking clients, how did you hear about us? Tools will only go so far, but make sure you're talking to your clients, and even more importantly, you're listening to your clients, and they'll tell you where you came from and what works and what doesn't. So those, however, many of those tracking systems can be imperfect. Everything in life is imperfect. Or maybe they're perfect and the customers are a little imperfect. I know we're never supposed to knock the customer, so I'll be the customer in the example. Here in Chennai, I usually leave the office around 9 or 10 p.m., right? So my food options are very limited for dinner. I have my roadside chicken 65. I have my local hotel. I have my Chinese food, my pizza, and my KFC. And I probably get each one once a week, as you can tell. And what happens there is, certainly they may have measured that first touch point where they say, okay, he came through a search ad. Okay, that was just a phone call, or he clicked the Google map and came in. But they're not considering the average lifetime value of a customer. If I found my favorite chicken place on a Facebook page, it's not just that one order. It's one order a week for the last 4 years. So I know they're not measuring that, and there's a lot of things kind of outside of my domain as far as loyalty programs and these sort of things that businesses can do so they can measure that average lifetime value of a customer. And certainly you'll be pleasantly surprised that it just gets those numbers up and up and up. Then, so as far as the agencies, I think we have some imperfections as well. I think a lot of that focuses on naming conventions and standards that many times that's missing, where we don't have a standard way to look at marketing online. Google Analytics is leading the way. We're essentially what they say. They could have, they called it bounce rate, and now that's what we all call it. We could have called it surprise exits, and that's what we'd call it now. The most basic example of this, where we can't agree on naming conventions and these sort of things, would be Google AdWords and Google Analytics. Here we have brother and sister products. Does anyone know, does Google Analytics track the first click or the last click for a conversion? Last click, exactly. AdWords tracks the first click. So here we have two products within the same company that can't even agree what leads to a sale. Certainly, if analytics is saying it was direct traffic, the marketing person is going to take the credit for that and say, you couldn't have done this without me. If AdWords is saying, no, it was the first click, you're going to be happy with your online advertising agency. Look at them driving the traffic. For some of the more advanced users, you'll know within Google Analytics, you can dig into that attribution analysis, and you'll see the answer is usually everything worked and nothing worked on its own. That you'll see someone first visit through social media, leaves, comes back through a paid search ad, leaves, comes back through a bookmark, and you finally get the sale. So the more we can do there to really dig in as customers of agencies and work to understand what's happening and understand how to review data in a meaningful and intelligent manner, certainly the more you can push your agencies and hold them accountable, and ultimately it empowers you guys to make those informed decisions. So attribution analysis is one thing. We're really getting there. I mean, we have our ever cookies, we have our UTM tags, so we're getting pretty good there. The space for growth that I see is closing the loop on cross-device conversions. Two ways you might see this at day-to-day. You're sitting at your desk in your office looking at some clothes on Jabong. You're comfortable doing that because you can quickly close the cursor if boss comes, but you're not going to take out your credit card and place the order at the desk, right? Then you're in a little trouble. So you're going to go home and place the order. Well, guess what? Now that's direct traffic. But actually, you came through some other medium at your desktop computer. So the more we can work to close that loop of cross-device conversions, the data is going to get even more and more meaningful. Likewise, you might pick what movie you're going to go see at your desktop or your lappy, But then you're going to go find the theater on your mobile phone. So they're going to say, so the movie theater will say, okay, Google Maps is working for us. But actually it was the desktop that did some of that heavy lifting. So it's important to see how these different factors relate to each other and play with each other, and then you'll get a meaningful measure of what's working, what's generating ROI for you. Now with that cross-device conversions, I didn't plan on talking about this, but very quickly, someone mentioned it earlier. Certainly I love data. The more of it we can have, the more informed we can make decisions. But I would also encourage you guys to consider the privacy considerations there. That certainly the technology exists for cross-device conversions to fully be measured today. Not fully, 99%. But we need to consider as buyers, as consumers, are we willing to give up that privacy to get better ads? I mean, I think if you ask me the question, should Rob see ads for a Mangosutра or an Xbox game, the answer would certainly be the Xbox game. But if I have to let Facebook dig through my inbox to serve me that ad, it might not be worth it anymore. So that's a question sort of for all of us. If we want hyper-targeted ads, are we willing to give up the privacy that the marketers need to give us these ads? Certainly, the more precise something is promoted, the higher the ROI goes, but we really do have to consider that. Now, what's interesting to me is, not just at this conference, but like in the U.S., that ability to calculate ROI is a very hot topic. People are spending a lot of money on a lot of different mediums, and they need to know what works. So there's very high-level tools and technologies and theories and great thinkers all going into this. But here in Chennai, every single direct client I have, he has his ledger, and every time I get called in for a meeting, Rob, this is what I paid you, this is what I earned, and if it's plus, he renews. If it's negative, either we work on the campaign or I get a kick and out the door. So what's interesting to me is we need to remember that a lot of this stuff happens intuitively, where we do just need to sit back. How was my business before I did this? Now I did some new online marketing. How is it now? That the tracking and stuff is great, but purely just paying attention, working with your vendors to understand the reports they're giving you, that goes a very, very, very far way. So just very quickly, I don't want to leave you guys with a vague concept of in online marketing. So just to talk a little bit about each of the tools I consider online marketing, and also then what you as a potential client should be looking for. First would be search engine advertising. That's our bread and butter. It's sending millions of clicks to all sorts of businesses. The biggest thing there to keep an eye out on is relevance. Does your keyword, your ad copy, and your website or landing page or business all match? Search, of course, that's what someone is looking for. And the more precisely we can answer their query, the better off we'll do. So that's what someone is looking for. Next would be display advertising. That's where someone is. So for instance, if I'm selling cricket bats, two sites within the Google Display Network would be Cricinfo and Colleges in Tamil Nadu. Very quick to understand, okay, I'm selling cricket bats, let's advertise on Cricinfo. Some of the metrics you should be looking at there would be click-through rate and, of course, those individual placements. Again, we have all the technology in the world, but business owners understand the most, should I be promoting my business there or not? And that's the kind of feedback we need from you guys. Hand in hand with display would be content. Great morning session presentations on content, so I think we all have a grasp of what that is. As far as sponsored content, because remember we do a lot of advertising and not just the marketing. First would be something like Outbrain, where, does anyone know what that is? Outbrain? Have you seen, for instance, if you're on Times of India, you have the related links, and then you have a next set around the web with links to other websites? That's Outbrain. They're one provider among many, but what they do is content marketing. That I created this amazing piece of unique and meaningful content, and my readership loves it, and it's good for my SEO and all these different things, but not enough people saw it. You can sponsor that and make sure people see it. One thing I feel that is grossly underused in the South Indian market is YouTube advertising, where companies are spending a fortune on TV commercials. And then often once that initial campaign is over, they'll forget about them. I mean, to the point where it's frustrating for us that they have this amazing content that they're not actively promoting. So does anyone have any TV commercials that they have for their business but aren't currently running on TV? Anyone? Fine. I was going to give a special offer. And just another thing is there, when people are looking around, does anyone know who the number 2 search engine is? YouTube. Exactly. So we when we have these amazing video, when we record these amazing commercials and some Hollywood studio, costs a lot of money, let's make sure we're putting them on YouTube, and even better, that then we're promoting them. So we have what someone's looking for, search advertising, where someone is, display advertising, who someone is perhaps the most interesting one. That's where you get into social advertising, Facebook, LinkedIn, these different places, where we're slicing and dicing based on demographic. So first of all, we love it because it's precise. If you have a well-defined target audience, fine, here it is, let's advertise to them. Second, and what I love, is the different messaging you can give to everyone. So for instance, we have some university students here. I'm sure if you ask their parents, okay, you're applying to a university, what are you worried about? What would they, education, safety, placements, right? So if we have a Facebook ads campaign targeting parents, let's talk about those things for our institution. The students, what do you guys want? AC bus, good food in the dorms, all these different things, yeah? So let's have a separate campaign targeted to the students and show them that ad set. Certainly it's important that all these things are true about our institution, but once we have that and we have these selling propositions, let's slice and dice them so the audience sees the best one. I know we were talking about wedding, gentleman live tweeted his wedding. On Facebook, actually, wedding planners are generally the most successful campaigns. The reason is with one click, 2 clicks, you get set where you're advertising, marital status, engaged, and that's your audience. And sort of no other advertising medium can do that. Couple that with we're on the cost per click model, where you say, okay, I'm going to place an ad in Times of India and tell the sales rep I'd only like to pay if someone circles the ad. The answer, of course, would be no. That's what cost per click is. And I mean, in my day-to-day, I take it for granted. But it is important to step back and remember just how amazing that is. Next would be organic social. Plenty of that was covered today, so I can kind of gloss over that. What sort of metrics are you looking at? Of course, your likes, shares, tweets, retweets, digs, Reddits, votes, upvotes. Is that everything? I think so. But then beyond that, remember, even in our social campaigns, we should be setting this UTM tracking and have a meaningful way of measuring what our social is doing for us. And so when all that comes together, if you have a meaningful tracking system in place, where, of course, on the web, Google Analytics are a similar product, making sure everything is tagged, making sure we have conversion tracking, tie it to the CRM so we can see what happens post-lead. Now, I mean, we have an amazing platform to calculate that ROI. Because it's not fair to talk about how to increase the ROI of your business until we have the ability to measure it. Otherwise, of course, everyone wants to make more money, and we're just sort of kind of having that conversation. So what do I want to see from online marketing and analytics is, first of all, the ability to close the loop, where we have unified agreement on how we're tracking, measuring, and understanding buyer behavior, not just online, but as it relates to offline. Just to give you an image, again, we have to worry about the privacy, and I can't say that enough, but I don't know how many of you have iPhones with the next edition with the beacons, that now we can maybe have something where we say, okay, they walked past my hoarding, then they searched for my company online, clicked the paid ad, left, went to Google Maps, and then came to my shop because they redeemed some QR code. Now we've really closed the loop, and we know where we should be spending our money and how we should be spending our money on advertising. Next would be clearly communicated data to clients. This is critical, that ultimately an informed client can become a big client. If you're keeping them in the dark, it's never going to grow, because at best they see you as some marketing wizard, but they don't understand what you do. At worst, they would be suspicious of what you're doing because they can't look at it. So there, and in India, that's a particular problem, where, for instance, for our AdWords clients, of course, we give them account access. And they're welcome to go in there and look around anytime they want. I believe we're the only agency doing that out of the partners, which is really unfortunate. Next would be educating and informing the clients. Just from an opportunity perspective, again, the more they understand what's going on, the more comfortable it is for me to ask for a large budget, but also so they can make business decisions. Again, topics ROI, if it's not positive, they need to consider what either on a product level they need to do differently, or which service is the right fit for them. Of course, with the analytics, we can measure that. Next, probably most important for Chennai would be partnerships and outreach to the traditional offline agencies. That often we get into games of push and pull, where it's kind of becoming, okay, for the last 30 years, I've done the hoardings, I've sponsored the traffic barricades, and that's what I do for my business. I don't want to give that up, so I'm not going to do online marketing. It doesn't have to be a binary decision. That, especially with online, you can start with a very limited budget. The mosquito guy from earlier, he spends about 2,500 rupees a month with us. And that's certainly a meaningful budget to him, so I'm not going to call it small. But that's the level of results that he wants. So he's willing to try. And then sometimes I'll be in these large companies asking for certainly a bigger budget, but less to them. And they'll say, no, we're just doing the traditional. And it's really unfortunate because, again, online marketing can be so much fun and it's so interactive, and you get these little discoveries about the best messaging for your business and all these different things. So just try. So yeah, I mean, that's sort of what I want to cover today. I just want to thank you guys for having me. It's truly been an honor and joy to meet with you. Certainly to the students, I hope you gained something. So yeah, let's open it up to questions. Thank you.
Again, warm afternoon. Thanks, Rob. I would touch upon the analytics. It's supposed to be a dry subject, but then, like Rob said, the sequence is pretty good. We talk about online marketing. I think the net result is going to be what you derive out of that, which actually means analytics. And from the analytics, then you figure out whether your dollars or the rupees that you spend is getting into the right buckets, right? So with that, let me start. Okay, just a quick introduction. We all know Web analytics is nothing but measuring, collecting, analyzing data from the internet, but that's more theoretical. I would simply put it as it's a study of the behavior of the website visitors. Okay, one quick question. Harvard Business Review had mentioned about one job as the sexiest job of this century. This question is probably not for Rajiv, but for the rest, because he did mention that in the session. So, any wild guesses? Sorry? Fantastic. Yeah. Data scientist, we all talk about, is supposed to be the great job that people are looking out for. And the reason why I wanted to capture this slide is because we also have a student community here. There are about 4.4 million big data jobs that would come up in the next 2 years. It's a great opportunity, but the sad part is only 1/3 of that is going to be filled. So we are talking about an opportunity, and we are also talking about the challenges the industry is facing. One quick question. In this room, how many of you are entrepreneurs or business owners? Okay, a few, quite a few, okay. And heads of businesses, you work in some company, you are heading some of the functions? Okay, I see a few hands, thanks. The question is, what are you trying to achieve by putting your business on the web? Why do we need to have a website in the first place? Do we need one? Yes, we need it. Yeah, so it becomes a hygiene factor, point one. But then there's a scientific reason as to why we are actually having the business on the web. What are we looking at today? Today we are looking at visits or hits to the site. I will explain you why this is important or it's not important. We are looking at page views. We are looking at the bounce rates. People who come in and get out of your site quickly. That's bounce. The time that they spend on your site. The number of your newsletter subscribers. The followers on social media. And could be many more. Are these broadly the terms that we tend to track today? If you say yes, then you can actually put up the hands. So which means a vast majority say it's no. Something more is there. Then can I have some more answers? Sorry? Okay. Leads, numbers, revenues, okay. That's the end result we are talking about. I will come to this point once again as I take you through a few more slides. Before I start, I would say we need to have a 6-step analytics program implemented in every organization. That starts with number one, it's goal setting. Then collecting the data. We are talking about developing the reporting functions, features, and capabilities. We are talking about how do we measure it constantly, because anything that gets measured gets done. And of course, an ongoing analysis that we need to have. And finally, we need to look at optimizing our investments. So these are the broad 6 steps that we need to do for every analytics framework. We all know about SMART goals, isn't it? Specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and with a time frame. I would actually call this as dumb goals, because I call this as doable, understandable, manageable, and beneficial. So we need to have some dumb goals. What could that be? Yes, you said it right, sir. Yes, it is increasing revenue. That should be the top priority. We are talking about decrease in client acquisition cost. Today I spent 100. Tomorrow can I do the same thing at 50? I think that's what people talk about, or probably 10. Why not? Improve search engine marketing campaigns. We are talking about improving website performance. Optimizing the marketing investments. Which bucket am I going to spend and what's going to give me maximum returns? We need to optimize that. And then increasing the conversion rates, which of course lead you to the top one, which is increasing revenues. And much more importantly, you need to look at how do we improve customer service? How do we have customer retention? It's easy to get the business, but do you get repeat customers? Do you get loyal customers? Do you get your customers come back and be a referrer? I think so many points to work out when you are talking about the last point. What are the different data collection scenarios that we all have in the industry, in our companies today? There are three broad categories I would like to put it as. One, many companies do have limited data or probably no data, right? Either they don't have resources to figure out whether we have, is there a way to pull data out, or they are too busy doing so many other things that they just don't have the time to invest to pick up this information and intelligence and take a meaningful decision. That's number one. Many companies actually will fall in that. There are quite a number of companies which will come in this category. Very basic data. Basic data we talk about, I'm talking about Google Analytics. I think almost everybody would have it. Most of you will have it. But that's more looking at the indicational trends as to what's happening rather than really figuring out what to do with that data. Right? It gives you a direction. It gives an indication as to what's happening to your website, what's happening to your business. But beyond that, people are not drilling down and finding what could be done better. Then there's the third category that gets in, which is deeper data. I would call it as democratization of data, which means you have fixed teams, multiple people who can access intelligence and information, and they'll be able to derive meaningful insights and present it to the management and take meaningful decisions out of it. So this includes extremely high amounts of discipline. We call about data scientists who can crunch the numbers, who will be able to pick up, slice, dice information, and then keep the company's trend upwards constantly. There are diamond dozen, terminologies. I'm not going to talk any of that, but then, we keep picking these intelligence and information from time to time. And of course, you can use any of these web analytics tools, whether it's Google Analytics, Web Trends, Core Metrics, Omniture, etc., to support your analytics. What do we look at tracking? Again, I would categorize as three broad areas where you could look at tracking the information. First one is the visitor scope. So it's the value that is associated with unique visitors. Unique visitors, are people who come in and then stay for a particular period of time. You can set it, say it's 24 hours or 1 week. So if it is 24 hours, the guy comes in today, and then if he comes in tomorrow, it's 2:2 unique visitors. But then if you have a 1 week window, and then the guy comes today, and the guy comes again the fourth day, he's still considered one. So, it's a value that you associate with the visitor, number one. Number two, the session scope. Again, it's a value that you associate with a particular session, which means the time that actually takes to view the web pages. Then the third one is the page scope. So how many pages are actually getting viewed? It's a value associated with the pages. This actually has more to do with keyword search. So broadly, these are the things that you would look at tracking. So now I'm coming to the hits that I initially told you first. Hits, page views, visits, and visitors. So obviously the slide is pretty clear. Visitors are more important. But then most of us keep craving about, I have great visitors to my website, or I probably have great hits to my website. Does it really mean something? Say, for example, does it really give a meaningful number, or it's an arbitrary number? People who are? Yeah, so they're logging to the site, they are clicking it. So but then hits, typically what happens is, we all call about million hits and stuff like that, right? Typically when a web page has, let's say for example, 8 images